Well, salutations, everybody. What's a crack-a-lackin' on this fine Friday evening? The weekend approaches and all is looking scrum-diddly-umptious. I'm at it once again for another bit of crack, wouldn't you believe it? I'm back with my Manchester United save. Here we are once again, and we'll see how things end up going as we come towards the end of the season. Senior Duck, I have a bit of good news, and I have a bit of bad news. I, today, in a bout of stupidity, because I should have known this was going to end up happening, decided to update StreamerBot. And now StreamerBot refuses to log in to Twitch. And every time I attempt to get it to do so, it crashes. So, yeah, you're not getting your additive about the amount of streams that you've joined into today. And it means a number of my things are busted. But hey, you know, the crack will always be 90 and we will continue on and enjoy life all the same. Because what would be a crack stream without it going tits up? To the rest of you, how are things, my friends? Senior Walt, pleasure to have you in. Allow me to end up giving you a shout out to start things off. Fantastic streamer, host of a fantastic Discord server known as Club 98, and genuine bit of crack whenever you end up going in and listening and talking to him. Highly recommend the streams, so please give them a follow if you can do. Same with FMGNG, but I'll give you your follow in a minute, my friend. How is life treating you? Is it all going good? Is it all going grand? Is it all going delicious? I hope it is so, my friend. We get one game today to warm the cockles of our hearts before going into our big Champions League match versus Bayern Munich. So we get to see how we end up doing that away. And then we see how things end up progressing from there. Oh well, it's only a Discord check-in anyways. Only thing, I'm surprised it took you so long to break it. Yes, I know. And that was me trying to spice things up and improve upon the stream, as we now end up learning what the crack should end up doing is stay in his box and not bother to make things anyways better. But my friend Senior Duck, what's a crack-a-lackin'? Is the day treating you good? Is it treating you grand? Is it treating you spicy? I hope it is. We're going to get into the fun of this now and see how things end up going from there. I will say interesting in terms of IRL transfers as well, to hear that one Andy Robertson is supposedly moving from Tottenham Hotspurs, or not from Tottenham Hotspurs, from Liverpool over to Tottenham Hotspurs. Seems like an interesting transition, especially considering left defender, specifically on the wing, like left defender isn't a position I would have put them down for, because like that's Destiny's position and Jed Spence plays there in the whole lot. But hey, Robinson is a nice keynote to end up bringing in at any particular point in time as well. So I suppose there is that. Also, by the way, guys, I was saying it there, but just end up doing it now. If you can do, give FMGNG a follow as well. A genuinely good stream that I unfortunately haven't had a chance to get in and watch lately in the last wee bit, but a good bit of crack if you can do. I highly recommend them, and give them a watch if you can do. Yes, shock, I was surprised he was still there too. I'm actually surprised, considering Milos Kerkez isn't hitting the floor running, that they're selling Robinson, because he's a good backup option to end up having there, and like that's a position that Liverpool aren't bereft of talent. Like they're a bit low down there, so. Did it, my friend? I'm sorry to hear that. What ended up happening to you that broke it? No save was loading. Oh, the joys of that. Oh, I don't envy that position. Game start date said the 1st of Jan 1990. That typically happens when it doesn't recognize the database, so that's very, very interesting. It wasn't a transfer database, was it, Senior Duck? Wow, okay, my mic is very sensitive today. What's going on? Give us a second. Let's see if I can fix this. Noise removal is on. Yeah, weird. Huh. Okay, so a number of things are having fun today. Nice to end up seeing it. So if there's any audio issues or anything like that, bear with me and we'll just power through and enjoy the crack all the same. Dave Hall FC helped me out and said it might be corrupted added files, so I moved a few things, did a few background stuff, and now can save and even better. Happy out. I'm happy to hear that it ended up going well for you and that he was able to end up solving the problem. It's always good when you're able to get a solution to an issue such as that. Also, by the way, I know he's old, but what a player for them to end up getting. His stats are crap at FM, but imagine IRL if Southampton managed to get Burton Diaz. None of my saves corrupted, so I can load them. Well, that's good. Happy out to that one. Now, just in terms of this, I want to make a point. For those of you that haven't been around Craic Attack Central for a long period of time, you don't know my added love affair with one Cameron Archer. Both in this series, it's already happened in this series, and in the last series, when I was on FM24, Cameron Archer has managed to become prime Messi whenever I end up going up against him. Both in this game and in FM24, Cameron Archer has managed to score hat-tricks against me. So we shall see whether or not Southampton today and whether or not Cameron Archer is able to have the game of his life. So let's hope that we're able to give ourselves a bit of a run, a bit of good grace, and end up beating Cameron Archer within an inch of his life and his team. We're gone a wee bit weaker today, not by much, but a wee bit weaker. Lenny Oro wouldn't be the main pick at this point. Adrian Heaven hasn't gotten many minutes. Saba Kavashi is new there. Chris Gibson is new there. Wadi is new there. And then Cunha and Deville are new there, with Victor Rook being up front. But we'll see what ends up happening, and it should be hopefully grand. Sadly, game crashes when you have so many Lady Nations loaded and you try to add and remove them. Why would it be an issue with the ladies game and not the men's game? That's interesting to me. I'm also genuinely surprised that the team young girls isn't associated with the team young boys. I'm actually genuinely surprised by that, since you brought it up into the chat there today in the Discord. Yeah, bear with me 1 minute now. Okay, let's see if that makes it any better. I think it has. Cool. You might have to holiday for a day once or twice tonight. Why? Well, I suppose we'll see. Considering I plan on this being maybe somewhat longer, depending on how many people come in and how the crack ends up going. We'll see how long I end up going tonight, my friend. But we'll see. I have a bug where you can get an injury that is one that can be treated via the club doctor, send home, cold flu. Yeah, but that happens all the time. I've been having them all the time, my friend. So interesting that that's the case. And the game says choose how to treat the injury. Typically, you just send them home. It's the best option. Okay, let's see how we end up doing now. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Okay. Thank God they're crap. Do I have this on viewing the full game? I think I might do. Yes. I was wondering what was going on there. Because we had a big game the last time and we ended up watching the rest of it. But the option's already chosen to treat by doctor and still says you have to choose one. Oh, that's an annoying bug. So I'll be making sure to save after every single game, so just in case. I tend to do that anyways, but I will make sure to do it just in case. I won't be doing a Shin Megami Tensei 5 situation here where I don't want to end up doing a save and lose an hour's data. I hope. So it'll be interesting to, so you either have to go back or go on holiday capacity. Yeah, no, that makes sense, my friend. An annoying glitch for you, but that does make sense. Oh yeah, we slowed it down because of what Benny was on about. I actually think this is too slow. Maybe 20 is better. It's more the fact that if we do that, we'd be spending 15 minutes on every match. I can see this anyway. I don't know if this is too fast for everyone on this little bar down at the bottom, but I can end up getting through this fairly well, so, you know. Let me know if it is too fast, and I can slow it down so long as we have some talking points, but... Okay, thank God, Cameron Archer with a bad pass. Now, one of the things with this formation is it's more defensively secure, but we don't have two proper fullbacks for it. So, at some point, if we can, we have to go and get two proper fullbacks that end up working for this. If you manage to stop the holiday before the day is up, it doesn't count as day holiday. Oh, okay. But do you care about that? I know in the FM24 save, I hadn't holidayed a single day over the 10 seasons that we had done. But in general, I don't care about that stat. It's a fun stat to state that you've never went holidaying when doing this game. But like, and then thankfully this game is a lot faster than 24. So, you know, it doesn't feel like you should be holidaying. But like, do you care about that, Senior Duck? Yeah, we might need to make a change already because they're not like we have the possession, but they're just all over us. Doesn't help when they almost score. Let's try this. I've started in the Cook Islands. The finances would probably be the same for the women's team in the Cook Islands as it would be for the men's, wouldn't it? Or would there be much of a difference in between them? Okay, let's hope that gets a kick out of them anyways, because we kind of need it. We're just not playing with enough firepower at the moment. And if we need to change formation, we will do. I don't really want to, but if we need to, we will do. And we'll change it at 60 minutes. Didn't go as well as my other Cook Islands lady saves. Why? What happened with this one that it didn't go as well, my friend? Yeah, okay, we have to make a change because we're just not we're not breaking them down right. I think that should be okay. And then take Konya off for Sesko. And swap the two of them there. And let's see how we do now. This is a far more aggressive tactic from what we normally end up doing. So hopefully this will end up working for us. Where I won leagues every season thus far for currently 3 Oceania Champions League in a row. Happy out for you, my friend. I don't know. Maybe it's the league that we're in. I'm just having massive problems with tactics and the whole lot. It seems like the game changes its mood with tactics every week and how effective they are. Oh my God, what did Euro do? How did Diaz not score? God, this match really can't end as a draw either because we still technically have a chance of winning the league if we win all of our games. I'm 4th out of 6 teams at the moment in Season 1. Well, that's unfortunate, my friend. So what do you think is causing you to have less success this time as opposed to the last time? Okay. Come on, please, guys. Okay. Ferguson. What the? Corner. Oh, Mazraoui! What a goal by Mazraoui! That's just a moment of sheer brilliance. You can't call that good team play or anything like that. That is just a phenomenal goal. That's a goal you just have to chap your chest about and be happy with, and hope that that's enough to keep you in it. Well, that's unfortunate for Bruno. Bruno should be doing better than that now. Badly generated players, I start with almost no money till their contract is up. Well, that's unfortunate, my friend. I have a bad feeling. Oh my God, Cameron Archer. Cameron Archer makes every single game have a feeling of squeaky bum time. Like, seriously, I don't know why he plays so good against us, and we play so bad to let moments like that happen. Like, what the hell was Lenny Euro at there? Just kind of fascinating. Anyway, let's see how it ends up going. Hopefully it'll end up working grand. Seven minutes of added time, and it's all bloody Southampton, because of course it is. Ref? I was gonna say. Last save the whole Cook Island national team was made up of my players and mine alone. Yeah, but you have a habit of doing that anyway. Like, wasn't at one particular point in time you played enough of the game that your get your words, Craic, that your Ireland team was made up the entirety of the players that you ended up having from Shamrock Rovers. It's like, it does tend to happen with you. Like, it's not a bad thing, to be honest. It's a showcase of good recruitment, you finding good players and being good in developing them. I will say, one of the things I need to get better at, and I was meant to do it when I was off stream but completely forgot about it, was the staffing stuff, where I don't just spend, which I might end up doing today, where I don't just spend bloody 2 to 3 hours looking through the staff to try and find a good staff. Ooh, yeah, but he's way too much money. I get that I had a Bristol City player called Geronimo who was always scoring me same when he moved to Everton. Yeah, there's always one, isn't there? Like, thankfully, we were able to stop Cameron Archer today, but Cameron Archer tends to be that player for me. Ooh, Thiago Motta is back at Chelsea. By the way, I wonder if this counts as a bug. Would you count this as a bug? I'd count this as a bug. What do you think, Senior Duck? But hey, ignore really the UI going underneath these guys' faces. I'd call that a bug. I love that too. I turned around in the last press conference before this game and said Patrick Dogu needs a rest. Then they ask, why was Patrick Dogu not playing? Maybe because I said he needed a goddamn rest. Like, game. Like, isn't it wonderful when it doesn't take two into account? But we got an unconvincing victory over Southampton, but a victory is indeed a victory. And now we go into Bayern Munich in what I believe is the semi-final of the semi-finals of the Champions League. Let me actually check Champions League. Yes, semi-finals, where we have the chance of facing Arsenal, who we've already beaten earlier on, or Barcelona. Now, we knocked out the two times holders, Paris Saint-Germain, who won it 2 years in a row. So we're technically probably the favourites at the moment, even though I don't think we are. We have the most amount of goals scored, but Arsenal have the most amount of clean sheets. So we'll see what ends up happening. As on Hong Kong save, I have my youth team playing as my whole team and reserves made up bulk of their national team and the youth international side. Yeah, that's just kind of bonkers, my friend. Like, what did you end up doing to have that happen? Is it just that you made one of the best training facilities in the world, or how did that end up happening? Because that's kind of bonkers when you think about it. Oh no. Oh no. Two of our strongest defenders are just after getting injured. Oh, you've got to be kidding me. I know he was typically, oh, well, one to do this, that's fine, one to do this, but still, that means they're going to be, like, not great in the game. Ilya would definitely be starting, and Willie is his backup. Okay, we'll see what ends up happening there. That could be problematic. That genuinely could be problematic. Bastiani would be lovely to get, but again, too much money on him. Gabriel Mech is a fantastic player in theory. His stats have the potential to be phenomenally good, but I've had multiple occasions where he just hasn't formed into the player that you want him to be. Okay, so into the press conference. The away leg, I genuinely don't think it matters. It's probably better for us because game-wise, the game has less of a habit of the away team becoming like clockbusters. Like Real Madrid became monsters when we ended up going home to them. They bet us in that game, but we had enough of a margin that we were fine, so it didn't matter. Ritual, my friend. What is a crack-a-lackin'? The panda himself, the king of all the good times and the mightiest of crack. And please give him a follow if you can. Fantastic streamer in of himself. Always a good bit of crack. And always friendly. And also wielders of some of the shortest clips I've ever seen in my life. That or my clip attachment is broken, which considering streamer brought is broken would be typical. I'm sorry to hear that you have some stomach issues, my friend. My prime solution is always going to be a hot whiskey. So, you know, hot whiskey and honey, or just a wee bit of sugar in it, nick it down with a couple of cloves if you have them. Gentles the stomach and cools the breeze. It's what I end up doing when I have stomach issues. It warms the cockles of my cold dead heart. So I'd recommend it, my friend. But I hope it isn't too bad, and it's just, you know, small issues that'll soon end up getting over. Standing between us and the final, well, we're hoping we're going to end up beating them. We're all really in good spirits for it. I don't want to talk about that. We don't know, so we're not going to say. I actually don't even know if he's going to be playing in it, so we'll see. He might be because of Ilya's one-day injury, but we'll see. We have to start this off in good spirits. So we'll see how things end up going, because, like, it is still possible for this to turn into a phenomenal turn of fortunes, where it is technically still possible for us to win the league, and as a result of which, technically still possible for us to win the Champions League as well. Like, the Champions League far more than the league, as we see here with the Premier League. Like, if Liverpool lose their game, or draw, mind you, but lose specifically twice more, we have this in the bag, because we have a better goal difference. But we'll see. City drew their game, so that would be handy. But it's the fact that they're on 70 with a game in hand. Liverpool probably have the league. With 3 games left, it'll be interesting to see whether or not we can take it. It'll be a very low percentage points, but time will end up telling. Lorenzo Luca now in the Prem. I don't actually know who Lorenzo Luca is, Senior Duck. Is he signed, like, is this IRL or is this in your save, the Lorenzo Luca? Forest on loan. Like, is that an IRL thing? Because that's actually mightn't be a bad signing for them, IRL. The Tommy Abraham deal, by the way, for Everton, or not for Everton, for Aston Villa, is really, really interesting, because they're giving away a young player as well in their signing of Tammy Abraham. So you're kind of throwing a bit of egg into the pudding there, and we'll see what ends up happening. Like, what's his name again? Yeah, Yasin Oskan is part of the agreement, which means that Besiktas are supposedly meant to be getting him. Now, whether or not that's on loan or permanent, I haven't heard. But to be giving up a 19-year-old as part of a deal to sign permanently Tammy Abraham is interesting. Especially considering, is Tammy Abraham a better option than Malin? And that I don't know the answer to. Let me know what you think, Senior Duck. Okay, so. Ooh, we need to see how that ended up going. Did Barcelona bet Arsenal 2-1 at home? Interesting. Abraham or Luca? I don't think Tammy Abraham's ever been at Villa before. Or maybe he has, and I'm just having a... Has he? Let me check. Because I know Tammy Abraham was originally Chelsea, wasn't he? Tabby Abraham, Chelsea, when he went on loan to Bristol, went on loan to Swansea, went on loan to Villa. You're not wrong. He was 37 appearances and 25 goals. That's a very good record. That's a very, very good record. Then he went to Roma, where he was on loan at AC Milan and then on loan at Besiktas. Wait, what? On loan from... Oh, no, so he was a Roma player. Okay. So that means... And I know that young kid that I just mentioned is at loan at Besiktas. So... Does that mean the kid is going to be moved from Besiktas over to Roma? How the hell is this deal working? Because this deal is interesting. Loan there. Yeah, hat-trick against St. Patrick's Athletic. That makes sense. I don't get how this deal is working. Mainly because of the kid. I don't get how the kid ends up working. Well, he won't be aiding them in the Europa. Yeah. It's kind of the same thing with Tottenham and Conor Gallagher. Which is, I don't know how I feel about that rule. That, like, if you sell a player, the player should be able to play. Like, I actually don't understand why that rule for ineligibility. If you've played for a squad within the tournament, they can't play for another team within that tournament. If you've done a successful transfer and all teams and players are involved or happy with it, I don't really get why they've put that block in place. No, I know it's a thing in the FA Cup as well. I just don't get it. I don't think it makes any sense myself. Okay. So let's set ourselves up. Mount still isn't fully fit, so we'll swap him with Gibson. Victor didn't play particularly great. Shabazi won't be coming onto the pitch. There's no point bringing him on. Ugat is there. Fredrickson. If we have you're injured, you won't be playing. You're not good enough. You just haven't been able to score for us. Yeah, so I think this is the squad we go with, even though, like, bench-wise, we're a wee bit weak. We need to give Cunha more games, but at the same point in time, he hasn't been big enough for it to matter. And technically, we should be playing Dennis, but I'm not taking the risk of swapping the goalkeepers. We'll go with this squad here and see how it ends up doing. Although, is Saba not available? Oh, apparently not. Saba must have been playing a game. Damn it. Okay. So we're going to start with this formation, and we'll see how we end up doing. Bayern Munich are a challenging opposition. They have Lamar and Kimmich in the midfield there. Now, this might end up changing, but they have Diego Costa. Oh, no. Oh, that makes things more difficult. Ooh, they have one of the best goalkeepers in the world. That makes things significantly more difficult. Look at this fucker's stats. That's insane. That's absolutely insane. Okay. Okay. I do not look forward to this. I mean, you're not wrong on that. And considering his weakness is catching the ball, maybe the actual best option for me in this case is to not actually go with this formation at all and instead go with this formation. But I think we go with the more defensively sound formation to begin with and see how things end up going first. And if we need to, we'll make the change at halftime or before that if we go down too badly. So we might need a bit of luck on this one, Senior Duck. We might need you to cross your fingers and your toes for us and hope that greatness ends up coming true for us. Yeah, because they have a forward. That's kind of my point as well. If we go with the other line, now, typically this forward line doesn't do particularly great versus this formation. Typically, this formation does okay against it, but I don't think we're going to take the risk. I think we're going to try this more defensive one and see how we end up doing and hope that it just ends up coming true. Now, we performed crap, like just blatantly crap in this formation versus Southampton, but let's hope that won't matter. So, in we go. May the luck be with us. Again, the big weakness with this formation at the moment is our fullbacks. That we don't have two proper options there at the moment. Dogu is getting there. Mazraoui, unfortunately, just isn't good enough, but a fantastic kind of back-end option to end up having. So we'll go what we have and see. So once she loads up, we'll see how it ends up doing. Okay. So they don't seem to have made any changes, which is fine. Jeremy Doku too. Oh my God. I'm only after noticing it was Jeremy Doku. God, their bench. And they have Alexander Pavlovic as well. He's just not playing. How? Like from City? Okay. Holy crap, they're busted. Oh no, he's been with Bayern for a while. Oh no, City just typically buy him from Bayern. Still, holy crap. By the way, he's 22 and it says he joined Bayern Munich in 2011. I think the stats might be somewhat kerfuffled on this. Or maybe it is taking into account all of his youth setup. Anyway, there's no point worrying too much. Let's get in and show a bit of fire and hope that with the fire in our bellies, we can go and be victorious versus Bayern Munich and start off this semi-final. Yeah, 11. He's 22, and it's saying here that he joined Bayern in 2011, which means to be taken into account all of his youth games. Wait. I was thinking, yeah, no, this has to be in the Bayern Stadium. Okay. Mueller was a wonder kid back then. I mean, technically, he would have been, wouldn't he? Okay, so I don't care if this is a boring game so long as we get the win in it. It would help if we got a prolonged victory, but we just need a win going into being at home, where hopefully we end up having a good performance at home. Okay. Dogu to Mbeumo. Mbeumo to Bruno. Menu. Oh, no! Oh, that's going to come back to bite us in the arse, isn't it? Or maybe it isn't! Yes! The sequence ended with a goal all the same. Bryan Mbeumo 1-0 up, 8 minutes in. Are we making our way to the final? Hopefully. In the second season, are we getting to the Champions League final in a season that started shambolically? We have another game to get through, so I must remember.
Shut up.
Don't you forget, you ain't won yet.
But the hope is there. The hope is there. We're controlling this game. We're not dominating by any means, but controlling it is enough for us in this particular point. Like, just so long as Bayern don't get into this can be the most boring game we've ever played in our life. I don't actually care. But I do think that one of the worst, especially in FM, I do think one of the worst things you can do is go from an offensive capable team to a defensive capable team. So I refuse to go from attacking to defensive. Now, I wouldn't do it on 1-0 anyway. I'd wait until the most dangerous score in all of football, 2-0. But at the same point in time, you know, we'll see. Because we're playing good at the moment, which is nice to end up seeing. Let's just hope we can continue on it and add more to us. Ooh. Okay. Bayern throw in. Oh, no. Okay, nice. Thought it was a throw in. Nice. Stiller to Ahmad. Evan. Bruno. Oh, Costa. Oh, God. Bryan had a chance to do excellence there and get a second goal. Get his brace. Oh, we're doing so well so far. Ahmad. Oh, no. Alphonso Davis. Up there. Elia to Menu. Mazraoui. Ahmad. Ta blocks it. Mazraoui. Dogu. Bruno! 2-0. Beautiful. Oh, everything you want to happen in the opening leg of a game is happening at the moment. Costa is having a mixed game. We are just beautifully connecting our passes together, and everything is working beautifully for us. Bryan Mbeumo with the assist off of a goal, and this is the reason why Bryan Mbeumo has been the better of the two signings. Bryan Mbeumo has been fantastic for us. Cunha has always been a bit disappointing, unfortunately, since we came in, but we'll see how things end up going. We might end up getting game time later on, but 2-0 up at half-time, good result. Doing great in what we're at the moment. Let's see if we can continue at it and keep a bit of fire underneath our belly. So in we go now. Give them a happy chant of supremacy, and let's get into the second half and hope we continue on as well. Seven shots, 5 on targets. We're doing well on our on-target possessions as well. What was Ahmad at there? Still able to recover that sound. Davis now. Davis has always been very good in FM, so I wonder how he is in this FM game. Euro again with another yellow card, so we might have to consider taking Euro off later on. He's too good to keep on. Menu. Oh my God. 3-0. And it was, and like, to be frank, Evan Ferguson scoring that goal, like, I know it's a low down cross and the whole lot, and it works beautifully. Manu with a beautiful cross in there to Evan Ferguson's head, but that's the type of thing you'd be expecting Benjamin Sesko to end up getting, not Kobe Manu. So unbelievable work there, but it ain't over yet, and their offensive capabilities is too strong to fall asleep. Davis Tata, Upamecano, the French Harry Maguire. Which, depending on how you look at it, is either a positive or a negativity. The only reason why people end up calling him that, and I don't even know if I agree with it, like, one of the main reasons why people call Upamecano the French Harry Maguire is because he's slow as bloody molasses. But he's good in the air. So, like, that's the big thing with that. So, oh my God. Ahmad, how did you miss that? I know Ta was on your ass, but how did you miss that? By the way, we're dominating this game, and it's beautiful to see. You have made a substitution. Will that make a difference? Ooh, not when Dogu's doing a interception like that. Ferguson. No. Sorry about that. But yeah, no. They're coming back in now. Okay, 65 minutes. It's probably time to make a couple of subs. Primarily our 2 yellow cards. Even though Dogu is having the game of his life and is covering that left-hand side unbelievably, I think we have to make the substitution on it. So we'll see, and hopefully he's able to cover just as well. But we're going to put Adrian Heaven there. And here for Euro. Well, Mazraoui, you're playing the whole game. We're putting Willie Kwambala on. And then we're going to... How is Bruno's fitness? Bruno's fitting off. Okay, we're going to swap Manu with Stellar, Bruno with Stellar, and then bring on Cunha. And hopefully this wasn't too many changes. Hopefully this is enough for everyone to be grand and for us to continue on with dominance. I just want them available for the next game. I don't want any red cards, and, you know, we've been playing good enough that hopefully it wouldn't happen, but I don't want to take the risk either. Ooh, Cunha able to contain the ball there. Kimmich. Ooh, an awful lot of power there by Joshua Kimmich to take the ball off of both of them. What a... Oh, we're getting sloppy now. We're winning the balls back, but we're getting sloppy. Unbelievable. You have to be more careful than that now. We can already see they're getting a wee bit more into this game, but we're controlling them fairly well. Okay, so Ahmad isn't performing great, so we're going to take Ahmad off. We're going to swap Mbeumo over with Ahmad and take Ahmad off for... Actually, we're not, because Mbeumo's after scoring a goal and getting an assist. So we're going to take Ahmad off. I'm going to put Cunha there, and then in the middle... I'm going to go Sesko. What a hodgepodge. No, in the middle we're going to go Victor Rook. Let's see how that ends up doing. I don't think we're getting another goal out of this, but now it's more about stopping Bayern Munich from scoring. I am not changing to a low block. Not a hope in hell. Can Davis score this? No, but not a good header by Kane. If I was a betting man, I'd say about 5 minutes of added time. And considering the pressure that Bayern Munich have been adding on, to be honest, the unfortunate thing is the subs have just given them back this game. Like, it's phenomenal the difference that the guys were making before this. But at the same point in time, we needed to make those subs. Oh, 4 minutes. Okay, not too bad. So we should get out of this with a 3-0 brace for the semi-final, for the next leg. There we go. Beautiful. And he ended it straight at the minutes too, which is an interesting point at ending. But hey, we're now 3-0 up. So we're effectively 1 game away from the final, and we should get through that. This is the same margin we had versus Real Madrid, and we won that game 4-1. Or we ended up facing them in that last game where it was 4-1, so we won that 4-3. So we'll see how things end up going here. Or 3-1, sorry. But hey, we're in, and let's see how things end up going. Now, considering we have the margin, the question comes for Fulham. There's only 2 days between Fulham and Bayern Munich again. We technically have a chance at the league title. I would like to have seen Liverpool play their game. But at the same point in time, do you go weaker against Fulham and stronger against Bayern Munich, or with the buffer we now have for Bayern Munich, do you do the opposite and go strong versus Fulham? Well, De Ligt is definitely someone we can play there. I completely forgot about De Ligt. I don't know how we forgot about him. In fact, if that works, that might be the lineup we actually play. We'll see, but that might actually be the lineup we end up playing. All we have to do is hope that things can end up going well. I mean, we've all but assured Champions League, but still, keeping everyone positive is a good thing as well. So in we go now and see how things end up continuing on. Yeah, very confident. We should be favourites. I don't want to discuss continental hangover because it's an annoying process. Although I will say it's not even the continental hangover. It's more of the. Really, there's none of my players. Okay, in that case, none of the above. It's more of the 2-day gap in between, from Saturday to Tuesday. I know that's technically 3, but like, we'll see. I wish I seen how Liverpool did. If Liverpool won their game, it might make a difference on how I end up going. I wish we seen Liverpool's game. Sad thing is we mightn't end up seeing Liverpool's game at all. Do you think so, Senior Benny? Wait, were West Ham playing today? I don't think they were they? No, they're playing tomorrow versus Sunderland. Then who are you on about? If you don't mind me asking, Senior Benny. I was... Oh, cool. Yeah, that. I shouldn't have done the bloody update of Streamer Bot. It keeps crashing now. Oh, whatever. Anyway, I'll worry about that later on. but happy out. We're 2.7 million in debt still, but we're 21 points through 16 games. So happy out. And what is the average goals for that particular league? Like, or the average point total, like in the Premier League where it's 35 points and you stay up, is like the guarantee. Do you know what it is in that particular in the Portuguese league? Is it the same? Ooh. So Michael Elise is their best player. Really? Oh, wow. Okay. That's insane. Like, I know Michael Elise is a good player, but what? That's nutty. That's insane. Holy crap, those stats. And then you Musiala as well. God, but like the fact that we won 3-0 against them is shocking considering the strength they end up having. Like, these players are nuts. Anyways, we'll worry about that later. Well, not too bad. Let us know what the result ends up coming up to you, my friend. Where are you? Okay, give him a brand new contract anyway. Okay, enter the negotiations. Try and go for important. I hate giving people star player. Fair enough. Interesting. He actually accepted that? Okay, yeah, go on. Okay. I'm actually kind of surprised he accepted that. 31. I think we have their contracts, yeah. Is there anyone else we need to? Lenny, Euro? No, not yet. Delict, not yet. Mount, kinda. I mean, we'll give him a new contract since we weren't able to sell him. Hopefully we were able to get him an... Oh no, he has a trigger, so never mind. Let's just trigger that and then wait a year. So we might sell him next year. Because we're not really using Mount that often. No, Casemiro's gone already. 28. Godwill's not good enough. Fredrickson's not good enough. Not good enough, not good enough, not good enough. Not good enough, 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 not good enough. Fair enough. Okay. Cool. We do want to give Euro a new one at some... Well, we don't need to yet, so we're just going to trigger that. Well, we'll wait until next year, and we'll see. Okay. Oh, I didn't even realize Nico Gonzalez was on the transfer list. Also, Arsenal have him? Interesting. Oh, yeah, I started this before City signed him, didn't I? Did Liverpool win the game? Did Liverpool win the game? Oh, play that goddamn game, Liverpool. Because I want to know whether or not I should go full force versus Fulham. I'm tempted to say yes. Really? Okay. $33. And then you view who, considering your stats, we might actually go in for, but we'll wait till next season because we don't have the money now. Yeah, you're fantastic, but you're also far too expensive. Ooh, Miguel Friglero. He has 2 good stats there, and the rest are building. Could be a good signing. Could be a good signing. Okay. Okay, anyways. Tonali banned for 1 game. Interesting. We still haven't seen that that Liverpool game. So now we need to make our choice. How do we do this? I think we chance our arm with this. How bloody weak are Fulham? They're 14th. This. Oh, I might be going too chancy on this. Screw it. We're going to be chancy. We're going to be chancy. I might be going too chancy on this. God, I hope I'm not making a mistake with this. This could very, very, very easily bite me in the ass. But screw it, we're going to chance our arm. Actually, that's a good question. I am home. So, I mean, that's the good thing. We're home at least. Also, thanks for the 3-day, the 3-stream watch streak, Benny. Pleasure to have you in for it. I think yours is at something like 31 at the moment, isn't it, Senior Duck? Yeah, I was gonna see you're scoffing at it. It's Steven Gerrard too. That's the manager. Will I regret this? Will I regret this? Probably. Probably. I'm signing 1 striker for 35,000, and that's my only business in the January transfer window. Well, hopefully it works out for you, Benny, because it could be good enough for you. We got a moment of brilliance. We got a moment of brilliance versus Southampton. Can we play good against Fulham? It's a strong Fulham side. It's not a bad side. Sanderberg, Iwobi, Anderson. Really, as in Anderson from Crystal Palace. Yes. Okay. Interesting. Interesting. Bassi, Emerson Royale, and then Tulkas. And they've won their last 3 games. What do you think, Duck? What do you think? Do we take the leap, or are we solid enough versus Bayern Munich that we don't need a full team versus Munich? You need the full team versus Bayern. Yeah, okay, screw it. Let's go with this. The chance of winning the league is low anyway. If this screws us on the league, it was a bloody prayer and a hope. So let's see how we do. It was a prayer and a hope. We need Liverpool to lose twice for us to win the league. Or draw 3 times. Yeah, we're 2 games off the Champions League trophy, even though there is a modicum of a chance with greed of getting both. Being greedy is probably the wrong move here. So we'll see what ends up happening with this. Cross your fingers and your toes for us, because we might end up needing it. I suppose the only thing we can end up doing is praying to our Lord and Saviour, Miles Lewis Skelly, and hoping that it all goes well for us. But wish us some luck as we go into this big game. It is at home. We should be doing good. We're coming off of a fantastic run of form. Am I too weak? Probably. Is there a load of players here who have failed to perform for us? Actually, no. The only player that would be considered unperforming for us is Cunha, and maybe Festus, because we literally don't know. We signed him in this year's youth intake. So we'll see how that ends up going. I am being very, very chancy playing a 16-year-old in a Premier League game this close to the end of the season. But hey, we'll hope that it ends up going well for us. So we're already qualified. Okay, can we get a result here at home with this shambolic team versus this? Let's hope. Okay, it would be absolutely beautiful if we started the game with a goal. Okay, so we're in control so far. So that's not too bad, but will a goal come for us? And Liverpool are already 1-0 up, so maybe the die is already cast. Ooh, Festi. Why did you... What? Why you... If we score now, that's a shambolic display by their goalkeeper. Oh... Wow, okay. I don't know what Fulham's defence was at there. That should have been a goal. Festi, you have to jump. Festi, you have to jump for that. Maybe that's something I wasn't actually looking at. Is how tall is Festi? 116 centimeters. What's that? 168, sorry. In meters. In feet, sorry, not meters. He's 5'5". God, he's tiny. Donkey, thank you so much for the follow, my friend. What's a crack-a-lack with you? It's a pleasure to have you in. You cheated to can you beauty. God, I love this player, and he started performing at the end of this season unbelievably. Oh, I'm so happy. See, that's not the first time he scored goals like that. Donkey, you are an absolute patron. Thanks to you, we've scored that goal. I'm going to put that goal on you, and as a result, I'll give you one of these. You inspired Nathan the Cat to score. Absolutely no bother whatsoever, my friend. I think grammatically both are correct. I think you can go thanks you as well. But yes, thank you. And it's a pleasure to have you in. Are you much of a Football Manager player yourself? Have you any experience with the game? or if you just come in to watch the excellence of the Craic as he potentially ends up continuing on to the Champions League, and if luck comes my way, the Premier League. But luck has to fall my way for the Premier League. We're currently third, and we'll see what ends up happening based on that. City are 2-0 up too. We need City to lose one game for us to get second. We need Liverpool to potentially lose 2 for us to win the league. So we'll see. Still, the fact that we've managed to control Fulham so far, that they have had 0 goals with a makeshift team, is beautiful for us too. Happy out. I'm glad to hear it. Yeah, I've been playing it since since FM 19. Senior Duck here has been playing it since well before that. I think, Duck, you started it when the first one was released back in 06, right? When it was Championship football, or am I wrong on that one? At some point in time, I do need to go back and try some of the other FMs, but we've dominated this game. Thankfully, Fulham haven't given our defence, which is our weakest aspect, any bloody hit at all. Now, we do need the second goal, because as is always the case...
Shut up.
Don't you forget,
Here he goes.
you ain't won yet.
I'm scared.
So, let's see how we end up doing. 27 FM on the Xbox 360. Ah, not too bad. Sesko! Oh, God, that's the perfect type of header for Sesko, too. I'm actually disappointed Sesko didn't do better with that. Festi just might be too short. I know we do that conversation with Lissandro Martinez at 5'9", but like 5'5" genuinely might be too short. Rashford! We didn't really have the money to replace that position, and Rashford has come in and done quite a good thing. No, unfortunately, because Streamer Bot is off, all of it is disconnected. Like, there is, unfortunately, you have to pay by bits to do it, Duck, which is one of the unfortunate things to do. I could add the panel down below where you can select them, because voice mod has an attention like that, but unfortunately, at the current moment in time, because it's completely busted, the streamer bot, it's not connected at all to they're going to score off of this too, aren't they? Please don't. Please don't. Oh, he went the right way. Oh. But yeah, no, unfortunately, it's just it's not working at the moment. Sound alerts is that one. Cool. So yeah, there should be voice mod selections down below, and that'll end up making it work. But it's just until I get streamer bot back up. It's just crashing at the moment since I updated to the new one whenever it tries to log into Twitch. So it's not working at the moment. I wonder if these games are done, because these results don't seem to be changing. Also, I love the fact how their first shot on well, to be fair, it was a penalty. Yeah. You're releasing the Craic with less and less features. Dusty experience. Good God, you're sounding more and more like like Miles in Sports Interactive. True. I suppose if you're going to be that much of a whiner about it,
I can move over to this for a bit and give you the satisfaction of a modulated voice. The voice that I used when I ended up... Oh! What an honorable concession. Oh, that has to count. Oh. It's not working.
right. Oh, God damn it. Today is one of those days where everything just wants to break on me. I mean, you could do, Senior Duck. You could do an Arsenal save. Alternatively, you could not. I mean, if you want to do a save with a bunch of entitled weaklings, you could just do Spurs. Who do you support yourself, Donkey, if you're still here? Feel free not to talk if you don't want to, by the way. But yeah, Arsenal's not a bad one to do. But yeah, it'll be shocking if they don't win the league now with the way things are going. I do legitimately think maybe this is copium, maybe this is smoking the opium. I do legitimately think there's a good chance that United get something out of the game with them. Sesko, you're crap. That United gets something out of the game with them this Sunday. But we'll see what ends up happening there. I'm not making any substitutions, by the way. Harvey Elliott scored for Villa. Victor Rushk to Festi. Festi, not a bad cross. Saba done well with that. Just unfortunate that it didn't go in. One of our big purchases next season, if we stay with United, which we probably will, is a goalkeeper. Victor. What a way to hold the ball. That's very close to Fulham giving away a penalty there, I have to say. But Harvey Wilson down to you. Wobie to Rose Smith. Ooh. They just left us like completely barren there. The fact that they didn't score is kind of a showcase of how bad Iwobi has been playing today, because Iwobi should have gotten something out of that. That's also really bad by De Ligt. He had no reason to do that. I mean, to be fair to Festi, considering this is his first... What a shot. Considering this is his first ever game, a 7.0 in your first ever Premier League game at 16 is very good for Festi. Well, Festus. Oh, Festus. Oh. Like he has a bloody cross on him, I'll give you that. I mean, he has a cross on him and 11 crossing, so, I mean, I suppose he has something. If I was to focus training on him, I'd probably focus his training specifically on crossing, but we'll see. God, we've had 38 shots, 16 on target. The fact that we've only had 3 goals shows you how good Tolakas ended up doing. Like, we destroyed that game. But hey, unbelievable. A nice little win for us. Unfortunately, both City and Liverpool got their wins as well. But we have what we wanted there. And we'll see how things end up going. We need City in order to get second to drop points at some point. We have Brighton and Ipswich left. In theory, we should win both of them. In theory. But we shall see how that ends up going. And hopefully it ends up going well for us. But for now, we go into our second leg. Fair enough. We go into our second leg versus Bayern Munich. 3-0 up. And we'll see how we end up doing against that. We are at home versus them for it. So we should be doing well there. So hopefully all ends up going well for us. But they're coming on good form as well. They have Gonzalo Ramos as well. How much bloody firepower do Bayern Munich have? Okay, we genuinely have to be careful of them. They have an unbelievable level of firepower. Okay, we have to be careful of Real Madrid too. We're going into this with the same result we had versus Real Madrid, but they have a bonkers level of firepower. By the way, we want him in the summer if we can get him, Nico Paz, especially at the... Fair enough. Okay. I mean, considering we won 3-0 the last time, I expected the match predictions to be a wee bit more in our favour. Al Malki. Okay, so there's a Saudi club looking at Paz as well. Nope. Complacency shouldn't be when we're this close to the end, complacency can't be a worry. We're confident. He'll be the first to admit he should be doing better. In fact. Even though I don't actually think he's been doing that bad, so I think that's mean, but still. He's been averaging about a 6.6, which maybe on a low-end spell is bad when you're in a worse league. We're probably going to have to sell Rasmus, unfortunately, as much as I would like to keep him. Rasmus can develop into a fantastic player if it works right. He just hasn't for me. Now, Sesko has been an okay player. Ironically, my best player is probably Evan Ferguson at the moment. But we'll continue on and see how things end up going. Okay. Elise, because of course Elise is their highest rated player. Yeah, but he's 59 million quid. I'd love Saad Mala. I know an awful lot of saves that I've seen of United end up getting him, but with that release clause, you're never getting him because he's just not worth it for just being one specific position. He's not worth it. Ooh. Yeah, you're probably not worth it either. Hector Fourth. Yeah, but look at it. Look at the price tag. Osmond again, although his is coming down. Esposito, I've loved Esposito, but again, like it's one of those cases of that money is just bonkers because they're going to ask for his release clause the minute you talk about him. I'm surprised Reste is so bad considering his potential previously in FM24. Like he's one of the best goalkeepers you could potentially get in FM24. So it's surprising that his overall capabilities are so bad in this game. Now, Palace as well here. Where are Palace? 6th. Yeah, so there is no chance of poking him from Palace. Alejandro Balde would be a good option, but again, you're not poking him. Sul, a 24, would be an okay option, but again, we want Paz if we can get him. Kimmich would be unbelievable. But you're signing Kimmich as a free agent. You ain't signing Kimmich for money. Well, we'll see in the summer. We might try a cheeky €10 million bid and see if they'll end up giving him to us. This would be the signing out of both of them if you want to get him, because he's going to be unbelievable with those stats. Yeah, Arsenal have to make their way back versus Barcelona, but it could be an all-English final. And could you imagine if I lose the final to Arsenal? Oh my God, I really hope that doesn't happen. Okay. So, we saved ourselves up in order to be strong for this particular game. So we are going the strongest we can into this particular game, which effectively is this squad. Maybe the difference would be Kobe Mainoo for the Cat at this particular point in time, with the way that the Cat has been playing. But genuinely, that would probably be the only difference. How is Mount not fit yet? Anyway, that would literally be the only difference. Maybe we play Victor Roch, considering how he's been playing the last wee while, but Mbuemu stormed through them. Ahmad didn't. So, like, ideally, that's probably the change you make. Even though Ahmad is the better player in that position, that's ideally the team you play, considering the way they played the last time. I also think you do that. Yeah, Festus, you played grand in that game, but you're definitely not being on the bench for this game. We could use another defender, but I'm not putting a 15-year-old on the bench. Yep. So I think this is the squad we go with. And we see how we end up doing. This is the game that tells us, do we get into the final of the Champions League? I think we do, especially with a 3-0 buffer. But, as always...
Shut up.
Don't you forget,
Here he goes.
you ain't won
Ooh,
yet.
I'm scared.
We still have to get through it. We still have to get through it. So time will tell whether or not we end up having that luck. Whether or not we end up getting that... if we end up getting into the final and see how things end up going. They've made mass changes, but to be fair, those are mass changes from the previous game, and they've changed their play style this time. Gonzalo Ramos off, Harry Maguire on, Jamala, Kamara, Alphonso Davis. The only differences between the last time we faced them is Joshua Kimmich is seems to be playing at right back this time, as opposed to Singo. Dogu isn't up front with them where Harry Kane is on his own. I'm not 3 at the back, no. They're not 3 at the back either. So this is my team here. I've gone with the 4 at the back with the 4-5-1. They've gone with a 4-2-3-1. With Kimmich as the right back this time. I do know that immediately I need to make a tactical change, so we'll wait until we end up getting a break and I'll do that. Okay, so, because I forgot to do it. I don't think so. We'll see at half-time whether or not it's worth doing it. I don't think it's worth doing it yet. But time will tell. I think we should be grand, but maybe they'll run through us. Okay, because at the moment we're holding things okay. Bruno loses it to Diaz. It's very bad from Bruno. Oh, Luis Diaz is playing as well where he wasn't the last time. Yeah, they've made a couple of changes from the last game. Mazraoui, Jamala. Up he goes. Elise. Can Elise egg Dogu? Yes. But nice save by Lamens. Dogu there. Not too bad. They seem like they have to be, but they seem very aggressive. Sorry, just bear with me 1 second. Okay, whatever. I don't know why that's not working. Screw it. I'll worry about that later on. But so far, we're doing okay. They're putting a lot of pressure on us, but we seem to be doing okay. Our passing work is fine, if not a tiny bit too slow. Mazraoui and Costa had it covered, even though Mbeumo needed to keep that down. So we seem to be the, like, I don't know, they maybe, to me, they seem like the better team at the moment. No bother, Senior Duck. Chat you when you end up coming back. Michael Elise. Ooh, good defensive work for us there. Evan Ferguson with the run. Victor to Mazraoui. No one there to help him. And taken out by Davis. God, I'd argue that's a red. Well, he's given a yellow anyway. I'd argue that's a red. Well, you'll have to let us know what type of beverage you ended up getting when you come back, Senior Duck. Okay. Stellar taking the corner now. Up we go. Not good enough corner. Bruno. Up he goes. Cross. And Ferguson didn't try for the jump. Dogu. True. No one there for him. Mazraoui and Evan Ferguson puts the lead even further in our division. Beautiful. Absolutely beautiful. What a cross by Mazraoui. What a header by Evan Ferguson. And I think that's the type of stuff that Sesko looks for as well. But Ferguson has just been next level the last couple of games. He's been undroppable the last couple of games. Just his interplay, the whole Wada's connecting play. Himself and Mbeumo have been working fantastically with each other. Like, I know Mbeumo's done nothing in this game so far, but it doesn't really matter. Like, that effectively might be too much of a buffer for them to end up coming back to, but never say never. You know, you don't cry until the whistle goes off. Mbeumo down to Victor, and it's now 2-0, and that has to be it. Yeah, that has to be it. That has to be enough. Oops, I've got to do all this. So just really quickly. Do that. Do this. Do this. Do this. Do this. And yeah, that should be it. Okay. Anyways, we're doing great at the moment. We're through to the final at this point. I don't foresee them getting, well, especially considering we're just after getting a penalty. I don't foresee them getting potentially 6 goals. Bruno should take it. Victor's just after scoring. I actually think Manu needs it. I genuinely think Manu needs it, so we're going to give Manu the penalty. This might be a mistake, but I genuinely think Manu needs it. Okay, Manu's setting himself up. Got to be kidding me, Manu. Oh, that's soul crushing. That's soul crushing. I mean, Manu's not bad for penalties. The fact that he swoofed that penalty that badly is... Oh, my friend. Well, we're making 2 changes anyway in the midfield, so we'll see how this ends up going. Manu and Stellar off because Stellar's on a yellow card and I can't keep Manu on after that penalty miss. That's... Oh. They'll just sink, unfortunately, which is the really, really sad thing about it. Like, we have to hope that it continues on grand, but it's just unfortunate that. So, anyway, at the end of the day, it doesn't really matter. We're still in control of this game, which is shocking considering the firepower that they have both on the pitch at the moment and on their actual bench. Shocking that they're not giving us a fight at all. I expected a lot more out of them. I say that and they're probably going to score now. Well, it doesn't help when the two midfielders I brought on do absolute horse crap like that. Still, good save by Lamens. Even though Mazraoui got an assist on one of the goals, it might be time to swap Mazraoui out due to the fitness concerns. So we're going to swap Mazraoui for Willy Kwambala. And we're going to swap Victor Roch for Ahmad. And, yes, we'll take Mbuemo off for Cunha. I don't like using all 5 of my subs, but at the same point in time, I think we'll be grand. And yeah, we're just cruising through this, thankfully. Although I'm shocked they're not making subs. I don't know what the hell. Who is their manager? Is it still company? No, it's Ronnie Fahil, whoever that is. I'm shocked he's not making subs. I wonder where Vincent Company is if he's not with them. Heaven needs to do better than that, my friends. Cunha, back to the cat. Doggo! Close but no cigar. Again, 15 shots, but only 5 on target. That's, in the grander scheme of things, that's not good enough. We need that to improve significantly. Still, cost of having a 6.3 is beneficial for us, and we find out tomorrow who we face in the final. So, we're 1 game away from being the champions of Europe. And we mightn't end up doing a double, but we have a chance of becoming the champions of Europe, which would be exceptional for us. Also, why did they bother with that, with the Ta substitution at the 89th minute? Still, we are in the final of the Champions League. It is incredibly unlikely, but still possible, that we win the Premier League. We need Liverpool to capitulate twice in their next 3 games, and Man City to capitulate once. It'll be interesting if they do it, but we're in the final anyway. So everything else can wait. We're going to win it. Fantastic performance with Reggie Walsh. Oh. I mean, we weren't interested in him. He doesn't seem to be particularly useful for what we're at. So I'm just going to say first I've heard of it. Okay. Okay, so sack looms for Mata with Chelsea. Salah's after clinching a new 1-year deal at 20 million quid. Okay, so come back here, because if we can, we badly want Paz. So we do not want Al Hilal buying him. We want Paz if we can get him. Because look at these stats. Look at these stats. If we can get Paz, we want him. But it's a big if. Like, they want a crap ton of money. And it's not a position we entirely need to fulfill. It is significantly more important for us to fulfill right back, left back, and goalkeeper. Or if we're changing our particular formation, like, goalkeeper is probably the most important position. We're probably jacked enough here. But at 22 years of age with those stats, you kind of can't not go for Paz. I got us into 8th at the halfway mark. Well, congratulations, Benny. At least it's going well for you now. By the way, Benny, is this your FM26 save? And that's what I thought. They want way too much money. So I don't think Al Hilal will be getting them anyway. To be fair, that's a beautiful name for it. One save, multiple idiots. Four-year deal for Bruno Fernandes. He's taking less wages, but it's still worth 71 million quid. We'll probably sell him well before the end of that deal, but we'll wait and see. Sadou Umar. Well, he's gone now anyway, so there's no point looking at him. Damsgaard, not a bad old thing for them. Okay, so who did we get in the final? Fucking Arsenal! Oh my god, we came back in the bed, Barcelona. Oh no! Oh no! Oh! We've beaten them once. And drew to them once. Or did they beat us? No, I think they bet us. Yeah. They bet us 3-0 and we won them 1-0. Oh no. Oh no, oh no, oh no. Of course it had to be an all-English final. Oh. So, above all else, we need to be ready for Arsenal. We need to ensure that people don't get injured and that we're all okay for it. Which begs the question, for the hope that Liverpool drop twice and City drop once, do you go full power in both of these games, considering we have the gap in between them for the Champions League final? Or do you mix in a little bit of youth? I think you go full force. I still think you go full force. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe that's foolish and a stupid way to end up looking at it. Yeah, I mean, it's unfortunately out of our luck. We need everything to go right for it to work for us. But we're going to try everything we can. I genuinely don't think that matters. I'm honestly, no, but I'm going to say yes. But it's bloody Mitoma. Like, look at him. I know he's 29, but, like, he's a phenomenal player. Yes. Well, it's Fabian Hausner. Like, IRL, I think Fabian Hausner's a bit overrated, but in this game, Fabian Hausner's actually a fairly good manager. It's crashing again. I have to figure out what's going on with this. Look at it after the stream. 100 games in management, the joys of it. Ooh, they're just after losing Lewis Dunk as well, so they're slightly weaker going into us as well, so that's interesting. Okay. Ooh, okay. Oh, you're not useful to us. Okay, never mind. So, and I know one of the people that does not play in this game is Bruno Fernandes. Anyway, in fact, I'm not even having him on the bench because he needs the rest. So, with that being the case, I think we go Matthias Cunha. Benjamin Sesko up front. Deville for Mbuemo, and we'll swap them if we need to. Keep Ahmad on. Stellar there. I'm going to go Stellar and the Cat if we have the Cat, which we should have the Cat. Yes, the Cat is here. I don't know why the game doesn't recommend the Cat with the way he's playing. The Cat for Manu. Saba for Dogu. And Willie for Mazraoui. Delict for Ilya. Swap the two of them around. And I think that's enough. I mean, the only other change I do is I put Gibson on for Stellar, but I don't want the midfield to be too weak. Okay, so we'll go with that. Yes, Senior Duck, we got into the final. So it is the final, but it's the final versus Arsenal. So it's an all-English final. It's an all-English final. Arsenal versus Manchester United. And we'll see what ends up happening. They have the most clean sheets. We have the most goals. It'll be phenomenally interesting to see what ends up happening in the Metropolita del Madrid, which I believe is Atletico Madrid's stadium, isn't it? Or let me check. Metropol. ITANO. The Riyadh Air Metropolitan Stadium. 68,000 people. Yeah, it's Atletico Madrid. That's what I thought. Yeah. So we're playing at Atletico Madrid, which is funny since Paris Saint-Germain won it the last 2 times. So no, Arsenal haven't managed to win it yet. So we have to stop Arsenal from winning it. So it is on us to ensure Arsenal don't win the Champions League. So, very interesting times ahead, Senior Duck. We will either give Arsenal their first win in the Champions League in ever, or we come together and wish and pray that all ends up going well. Yeah, because it's your fault as much as mine, Senior Duck, if they win. Considering you make me want to continue to play this save, so it's your fault as well as mine if they don't get through. If we don't manage to come out of this victorious. But time will tell now. We have 2 games to get through first, where miracles could happen. Manchester City could falter. Liverpool could falter. and we could end up getting the result that we want. It is incredibly unlikely that it happens, but it could happen. So we keep an eye and we see how all ends up coming together, and we hope we end up getting a result. Although, in hilarious fashion, for some bizarre reason, Brighton have gone weak. For some bizarre reason, Brighton have gone weak. I don't understand it. They've gone weak for some... I couldn't tell you why. I couldn't tell you why. That's unbelievable. I have no idea why they did that. They've gone weak. Now, I've gone... Not weak, but I've gone weaker. But that's insane to me that Brighton's gone weak. I do not get that. I do not get why they've gone weak. Saba. Okay. Can we get something out of this? We're hoping to have a good result out of this. On my save, Welbeck returned back to United. Interesting. I mean, to be fair, he's a phenomenal player. If it wasn't for the fact that he's 30, he's a phenomenal player. Also, Liverpool 2 minutes in. 2 minutes in, Liverpool get the goal against Crystal Palace because of bloody course they did. Why wouldn't the game give me a bit of hope in my eyes that Liverpool could just fail? Ooh, Ahmad. Oh my God, Nathaniel, you beauty! Unbelievable! He's scoring for pot nuggets at the moment. Now, I do still question how that isn't a pass back. I know it's a header and not a direct pass, but I genuinely, that's one of the bits of the footballing rule that confuses me. I don't know how that isn't a pass back. Now, I do need to search up one of their players there. They have an 18-year-old on the pitch today, and I want to see if he's any good. So after this game, I need to go into their squad and check him. Gruda. Up to Malin. What the... What was that? My defense fell asleep there. I don't know how that's disallowed either, by the way. I want to see... Oh, I mean, he's off by miles. But still, maybe they knew it was offside, but, like, they just fell asleep there. They must have known he was offside, because that's bonkers that they fell completely asleep. Saba. Julian. Kaba. Julian. Oh, bad pass. Stellar! Oh, God, we're playing dangerous today. Anyway, we've managed to contain them to not being able to get a shot yet. So that's good to end up seeing. Ooh, okay. Cunha's performing okay, which is nice as well. Matty, my friend, what's a crack-a-lackin'? Yeah, Twitch has been a bit, like, unfortunately, I've had a couple of issues this evening, but it's a pleasure to have you in, my friend. Is it all going good? Is it all going grand? Is it all going delicious? Since the last time we conversed, I managed to beat Bayern Munich twice, and we are in the final of the Champions League, but... we have an almighty hurdle, and that almighty hurdle is Arsenal. We could be the reason that Arsenal gets their first Champions League trophy. But hopefully, we continue to play like we are now and we're able to get a victory over them, because we're playing fairly good, and we'll see what ends up happening. We technically still have a chance at the Premier League title, but we need to win this, and we need both City and Liverpool to fail, which is unlikely, but I suppose we must always remember.
Shut up.
Don't you forget,
Here he goes.
you ain't won
Ooh,
yet.
I'm scared.
Well, Liverpool have just smoked this, and the only proper competition to City are 1-0 down to them. So, unfortunately, I think third is what's screaming for us. But yes, let's hope the Champions League football is coming for us and we can all chant ole, ole, ole. So we have been dominant in this game, but we're still only 1-0 up. So we need to be careful and ensure that we get something out of it. So first thing we do is bollock the crap out of everyone and come back in with no changes. They've put Luke Thomas on for Decipher, which is interesting. I don't know why they've gone so weak, by the way. Like, they have gone bonkersly weak today. This is the buck I want to look, by the way, Anton Palmer, because he could be an interesting player. So we want to search him up afterwards. I know he's performing bad in this game, but still. But how is your week treating you, my friend? Is it all going good? Have you done anything exciting? Don't worry, the 2 hours that you missed of me, I'm sure you ended up enjoying and doing extracurriculars that were fantastic in of itself. But I hope the Craic is treating you 90, my friend. Okay. In, down we go. We're 20 shots, 10 on target, and 1 goal. So we are not performing good in this game. Kuroda. Ooh. Basquiali. No, well, it says close. I don't think it was anywhere close, but hey. Lemens now. Out from the back to Delict. Saba. Decat. Julian. Cunha. Stellar. Ahmad was offside there. There's no way he wasn't. Good. Can't wait for the UFC this weekend. I'm going to try and get more into it. Not a bad idea. Dana White, to be fair, is doing a good old job. But it'll be interesting to see what happened. What a goal by Julian. My God. Oh, that's unfortunate. That's unfortunate, because what a goal. Oh, he's barely off, but what a goal if that had counted. Yeah, it's interesting because I believe this weekend is the first showcase of the new boxing federation that Dana White is in as well. Zula Boxing or something like that. I believe that's on this weekend as well. I don't know if the two of them... Sufa Boxing. That's on tonight. On Paramount Plus. I don't think there's any collab between them and the UFC, but I do know Callum Walsh from Ireland is boxing tonight for Sufa, so that'll be interesting. I kind of keep an eye on both. I don't go out of my way to watch either. So, like, I will happily sit down and watch UFC. I'll happily sit down and watch boxing if it's on. If a couple of people are going for a couple of beverages and watching the UFC, I'll happily end up doing it. Like, I would do a stream here watching the UFC and just enjoying the Craic while that's happening. But it wouldn't be worth me doing it on my own. I would need someone with me, like live almost, in order to do that, to keep talking and just enjoy it. It's not the type of thing I'd stay up for. So if there's a good fight, I'll watch it afterwards. Same with the UFC. I enjoy it. I enjoy the athleticism of it. But I'm far more a wrestling man than boxing and UFC. And I know that, depending on who you talk to, makes me a pansy bitch. But who gives a crap? Also, beautiful goal by Ahmad, if it counts. Yes. Okay. There we go. But yeah, so yeah, it's an unfortunate situation of both, but I haven't gotten into them as much as I'd like to. What about you, Matty? Which would you prefer? Boxing, UFC, both, wrestling? What's your cup of tea, if you don't mind me asking? Okay, so with that now, yeah, Man City need to lose their last game for us to take second or first. Or no, they need to lose it. And Man City's last games against Everton, they're not losing that. So that's the that's the trophy out of the way. We're not scoring enough goals to be in contendership with Liverpool either, although they could lose their last 2 games. Even if they lose their last 2 games. No, it's done now. So it's between Liverpool and City. If Liverpool lose and City win one of their games. If Liverpool lose both of their games and City wins or draws, City win. So Liverpool are effectively the champions. Which is unfortunate that Liverpool are getting another championship, but hey, what can you do? No. Yeah, we're playing fantastic. It's just a shame that it was too late. The draws killed us at the end of the day. And we have Ipswich in our final game of the season. Ooh, Liverpool are in the FA Cup final as well. Ooh, interesting. I wish there was a quick way of seeing all of the cups and who won them. Like, if I go to the portal... No, if I go to the club... Sorry, excuse me. Competition. So the FA Cup is... The final is Liverpool and West Ham. So Liverpool are doing a double, unfortunately. Although the fact that Patrick Dogu has the most assists and we've been kicked out is funny. And the Carabao Cup winners are Liverpool. Oh my God. I know because they're not in the Champions League, it doesn't count. But the fact that they're going to end up doing a domestic treble is insanely annoying. As a United fan, playing as United. When I was Liverpool, I didn't give a crap because I'd done it. Although, when I was managing Liverpool, I got the quadruple, so... But... you're such a dry shite, Craic. Yeah, we'll see in the summer. We don't need... that position, although it'd be beautiful to have it. Nuno Mendes. The amount of money it would cost to get him is bonkers. I'm half tempted, considering they're 18th, and it effectively doesn't matter now. Well, if we lost, to be fair, if we lost, we could go down to 4th. We could go down to 4th and give Spurs a place if we were to lose. So maybe it isn't worth it. But I'm half tempted to go with a really, really, really youthful squad for the last game of the season. We'll see how I feel when I get to the actual day, because I want to also make sure that there's enough movement in our players and that they're sharp enough for the final. We need to give Obi a new contract too. Oh, sorry, I heard your question was busy putting a pizza in the oven. Ooh, nice. What type of pizza? I never watched UFC or boxing regularly. I want to get more into UFC. I usually watch it if I see it's on. Yes. To be fair, I'm somewhat the same. when it comes down to it. I do think one of my big things when it comes down to the UFC and boxing, and an awful lot of the compatriots that I have that are more into it than me get awfully offended when I say this, is one of the big things that needs to be done in UFC and boxing is they need to become far more entertaining. They need to become far more entertainers, far more play the crowd and play the people. I genuinely think there needs to be more work in hyping up the crowd and making everyone excited for what's going on. And you need to make people enjoy you. But I think footballers do that as well and need to do that as well. But they do it more because of the clubs they're on. The clubs do an awful lot of that heavy working. Eve, my man, what's a crack-a-lackin'? It is a pleasure to have you in. It's all going good. It's all going grand. It's all going spicy, my friend. I hope life is treating you well. You come in as we near the end of our second season. You come in as we come near a potential Champions League victory for Manchester United. Unfortunately, the league slipped through our fingertips, trying to come at the end and see if all ended up working into the joys, but it just didn't come to fruition for us. But we're in the final game of the season before we face Arsenal in the Champions League, and we see what ends up happening there. Coola Matty. That'll go on in about 1 minute when this current one finishes. But yes, perfect. But how's life treating you, my friend? Are you playing much yourself at the moment? I mean, he's going for free anyway. If I say no, they're just going to sign in for free in the summer. I don't get why that offer even came in. Okay. By the way, I had this conversation with Doc. I think this is a bug, but hey. What's your impact on the last match? The longer we can play well, the longer we can get this team. Yes. No worries, not playing much FM. I've been stuck on other games and can't get off of it. Which game have you been playing, Maddie? I have off stream, of course, been playing an Ace Attorney clone known as Tyrion Colbert, Attorney of the Arcane. And it is nowhere near as good as Ace Attorney, but it scratches that Ace Attorney itch. And if you like Ace Attorney, you might enjoy this game because it's a more magical sci-fi version of Ace Attorney, and I like it. I think it's a good bit of crack. Ooh. Oh my god! What the hell did CSK Moscow do to you? What did they do to you? Okay. Well, his ability does not match his attributes. Holy crap. Manu Decat, you might have someone running for your money when they come back next season. It's called Way of the Hunter. It's a hunting game, a game where you can just sit back and relax. Interesting. Ooh. Oh, and you can end up going into the detailed attributes of the animal that you've hunted. Ooh, and how you've penetrated based on the shot. Oh, that's really cool. That's really, really, really cool. $2022. It's not on sale at the moment. The Elite version is 50 quid. The Ultimate Edition is 79 quid. Interesting. I might look into this game during the next Steam sale. Next time there's a Steam sale, Maddie, remind me about this game. I might end up looking into it. That looks very, very interesting. They're coming out with a new game soon, but with updated graphics. Interesting. With the match against Ipswich being dead rubber. Yes. I hate that term, but yes. Excuse me. Is it a single player only game, Maddie, or can you do multiple people in it? Can multiple people play on that particular game? Wait for the new game to come out if you want a cheap hunting game, and yeah, either that game or the Hunt Call of the Wild. You can look into that one. Interesting. I might do. Van de Ven signing a new contract for this doesn't shock me at all, by the way, considering his stats. But Van de Ven signing a new contract for Tottenham is funny, considering the fact that I don't know why they even bothered their arse mentioning it, but it's really, really funny that it was mentioned. Oh, Doom, you are a gent and a scholar. It has been some time, my friend. Having you in makes me feel like this. Is it all going good? Is it all going grand? Is it all going spicy? Yes, I heard, my poor friend. And then it'll take a good bloody 4 to 6 months to get that fixed as well. Oh, it's horrible to hear it. Hopefully, after the injury, there isn't any prolonging, after the surgery, there isn't any prolonging effects. But God damn it, my friend, I'm sorry to hear it. I'd say the want to go at your forge now that you've set up is killing you a bit. Yeah. Yeah, but then the rehab will end up coming up as well, and that's where you'll need to do the most of it. Like, again, like I have, as we know, with my nerve decompression surgery, I'm still going through rehab at the moment. I still have numbness going from this finger down to there. Getting my strength back slowly but surely. But like, that's the thing. Hopefully you don't have prolonging issues after the surgery. But I hope it goes well for you, my friend. And I guess the one good thing is, as much as the medical system in Australia is a bit of a pain in the arse, it is one of the best, well, from what I hear, one of the better medical systems in the world. So at least you have that to look forward to. Knowing that that they're good. It's kind of like Ireland, where you're waiting bloody years unless you want to go private. But if you go private and you get the person, they're some of the best in the world. You can do multiplayer. You can make your own server and have random people play with you on the map or play with friends. There's a small story mode where 3 maps come with the game. Interesting, Maddie. Well, again, there's my point. If the new game doesn't come out, or I end up getting that game in the meantime, I might end up setting something up and maybe we can play or something like that, if that interests you, my friend, obviously. But we'll see. The next Steam sale is a good bit away, so we won't bloody know. But you are right. The desire to get crap med is a pain in the arse. Oh, okay, yeah. It's not the American system where you're playing heaps of money for potentially either the best or the worst people in the world, and you don't know which until you end up paying your crap ton of money. Okay, so we're going to go weak in this and have fun. Oh, that's unfortunate. He's played a game. Oh, no, he hasn't. Yay, Festy, you're getting your second game. Saba is there. Diego, I'm almost positive you're on loan. Maybe you're not. Oh, Diego's not on loan. Huh. Well, no, Saba's playing. But other than the injury, Senior Doom, and I'm sorry to hear about it, how has things been going? Has there been any news at you? Is the land down under treating you at least serviceable at the moment, my friend? I hope the family and the whole lot are going well, good, and delicious and fine. Cooley, Obi. I think we play Obi in this game. Yeah, it is horrible here when injuries like that end up happening, for sure. Shabazz for Ahmad. Gibson for Menu. Shawadi for Bruno. I really don't have any good youth defenders. So we need to go on the lookout for a couple of good youth defenders. Thomas is probably the closest one to it, but he is up there, and we're playing Festus anyway. But I played Festus as a right back, and that's not even his main position. That's bloody hilarious. Yeah, let's give Ricketts a go. So we're going to go with... I might have made myself significantly too weak for this, by the way, but who gives a crap? So we're going to go Festus, Delict, Ricketts, Saba, Gibson, Mount, Shabazz, Al-Wadi, Victor, and Obi. That is bonkersly weak, by the way. That is bonkersly weak. We're also going to go with Siemens, because why not? We're going to go bonkersly weak and see if we can end up taking off Ipswich. There's a chance Ipswich will smash us into bits, and hopefully, getting a loss before the Champions League final doesn't hurt us too much. But just why not have a bit of fun? Yeah, for sure, we can play together. It's good fun. There is much to the game that they don't really show. The Hunter Call of the Wild is more arcade style. Way of the Hunter is more realistic than the other one. So which do you recommend going for, my friend? If you were to recommend one or the other at the moment. Like, which do you enjoy playing more? Okay, so final game of the season with a bonkersly weak squad. Let's see how we end up doing. We kind of want this victory just so Spurs don't overtake us, if I'm honest. But at the end of the day, it really doesn't matter that much. So let's just hope that going into this, we get the right type of tenacity, the right type of fire off of these youngsters, that they're able to end up giving us a bit of hellfire and brimstone that we normally won't end up seeing from them. Well, that reminds me, I was meant to end up checking up that player from the other game as well. So after this, I need to check up a player. They've actually gone fairly strong. So we'll see how we end up doing here. Ashton Palmer. The worst defense in the league. Well, let's see if this practically under 21s team can beat the worst defense in the league. Or have we overestimated our abilities? God, it'd be hilarious if we just absolutely destroyed everything here. I don't know. I like them both. I prefer Way of the Hunter, but if you want more arcadey style, go with that. I wouldn't want to sway your decision and you regret it. Oh, Maddie, don't worry. I won't regret it anyway. I have over 1,200 games in my backlog. I'm happy to end up going down and playing a game. I'm happy to play a game just once, so long as the people that I ended up playing with had a good bit of crack. I genuinely don't give a crap. As a person who wanted to go into game development at one particular point in time, I'm happy to every now and again purchase something that's not exactly, perfect, but that I can end up having a go with. It's fantastic that Victor gave him the penalty. Unbelievable that Victor gave him the penalty. Although now that I look at the UFC card, by the way, I might actually watch it, considering Paddy the Baddy is there. I didn't realize Paddy was fighting at the UFC, so I might actually give the UFC a watch, Maddie, tomorrow if it suits. Harry, thank you so much for the follow. You're a gent and a scholar. Don't feel like you have to chat, but it's a pleasure to have you following, my friend. Festus, Edwards, Delict, Gibson. Nobody there. Victor. Shalwadi! The under 21s are still fighting, my friends. He's bloody 18. He has a hell of a lot of potential. He has to go out on loan next season, but goddamn, that's unbelievable to see. Beautiful for Al Wadi. I love too how their first shot on goal was a goal. Well, to be fair, it was a penalty. What am I on about? Can we end up getting more out of this? Can we get the second goal? Can this practically under 21s team end up getting the victory on this? I mean, they're in control of most of the game. I'd love to see Obi do something, because anytime we've given him a go, he hasn't really been up to snuff. Anyway, we'll see what ends up happening here. Up we go. We can't really break them, can we? With this squad. Maybe we will with this bit, but we haven't really been able to break them. Long kick by Dennis. Delict. Back to Simmons. Ricketts. Saba. Victor. Wadi. Victor. Obi! Oh, that's unfortunate. Mount, can you get something off of this corner? No. Edwards. Nice attempt. Ricketts. Obi! Oh, Obi. Sad thing is, Obi, you're the first one to come off on the pitch. Oh, City are drawing. Oh, City were losing too. Oh, that's unbelievable. Oh, if City had lost, then we were getting second if we won this game. Obi, you useless tit. Oh my God, Obi. What age are you now, Obi? 19. I mean, you're not staying on the pitch now, but God damn it, Obi. Really? Okay. Sesko up front. Shabazz is probably coming off now as well, so Mbuemu and Willie, and then just shout at them. In Way of the Hunter, when you have a high-rated animal, they will then make spawn more of his genes. So he will technically have sons that will also be high-rated. They won't be exactly what he is, but will be close. Yeah, UFC is a good card this weekend. Yeah, we'll see. I'll see. I might end up talking to a couple of people, see what ends up happening. Don't be shocked if I'm streaming around that period of time. It depends on how my day ends up going and how I'm feeling and the whole lot. I have a lot to do tomorrow, so it depends on how that ends up going. But I might end up streaming with the UFC on in the background, just watching a bit of that and enjoying it. But we'll see. We'll see what ends up happening. I'm half tempted to put Zuffa Boxing on in the background now as well. And just start watching bits of that while I'm at this. Let's have a see. One day. Really? Okay. So the site I usually use to watch stuff doesn't have Zuffa Boxing up. I know I've seen it on YouTube. Move a gawk. No, it's only showing the pre-show. Oh, wait, is it showing the whole thing? No, it isn't. It isn't. It's on Paramount Plus. Yeah, no. Although there's only 253 people watching it, so they're not exactly getting much publicity for their first boxing show, are they? Unfortunately. Let's see if these changes make a difference. It'd be hilarious if we scored straight away. Imagine if Sesko scores straight. Victor. Oh my God, Victor. How did you miss that, Victor? I know it bounced off of his arm, but like genuinely, Victor. Genuinely, Victor. Oh my God, Villa are beating Liverpool. I mean, it didn't matter. We needed them to lose at least 2, but that is absolutely hilarious that Liverpool are losing the last game. It means that if City wins, City can take the championship. Sesko, what the hell? Oh, this is going to be one of those games where we're just not going to be able to bloody seal the deal, isn't it? And Spurs are winning too, so that's funny. I think Spurs have a greater goal difference than us too, so if we don't win, Spurs takes their position. We should be strong enough to wallop a goal in. Sucker punch. Basically, just go and do this. Saba. To mount. Saba. Mount. Saba. Loses it to Oxpin. It's unfortunate by Saba. Saba done so well there until he didn't. God, we've a 3 XG. Okay. So what changes do we make? I think it has to be on how we go at them. I think we try this and see if this ends up working instead. No. Okay. Okay. So we bring Rashford on, and we bring Evan Ferguson on, and we hope changing to this formation gives us the last bit of gumption we need to get that goal. Can we get it? Can we it's changing this formation immediately getting us a goal? That'd be hilarious if it did. Gibson to Mount. Mount to Mbeumo. Mbeumo to Victor. Victor down. Nobody there for Sesko. 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 Oh, corner. It's a mess. Ipswich's defense is a mess, but they're doing what they need to. Okay. Greaves, Cochest, Davis, Dennis, Delict to Dennis, Ricketts, Kwambwala, Rashford, Sesko, Evan, just taken out of his play. Willie to Mount, not able to do it. That's the problem there. If that was the Cat, what are you doing, Dennis? If that was the Cat or Manu instead of Mount, that probably would have made a big difference. Benjamin? Benjamin? Oh my God, Sesko. We have 4 XG with 1 goal. This is the crime of the century if this ends as a draw. This is genuinely the crime of the century if this ends as a draw, or if this ends as a win for them. That's the crime of the goddamn century. That's insane. That's the crime of the century. That's unreal. That's unreal. That's the crime of the fucking century. Look at that. The match momentum in the whole lot. That is the crime of the century. Oh my God. I mean, I knew we were taking the risk. I knew we were taking the risk. Now, the sad thing about that risk, the stupid thing about that risk, not the sad thing about that risk, the stupid thing about that risk is we've now finished 4th because Spurs won. That's the stupid thing about that risk, more than anything else. And because City drew, oh no, City ended up winning, so it didn't matter for City. City didn't have enough in them. So Liverpool won, same on points with City, just way too much of a goal difference. And we're a tit and gave Tottenham a position. At the same point in time, I couldn't give a rat's ass so long as we win the Champions League. But you know, that it is funny. It is very, very funny. Now, let's hope that loss doesn't skew things for Arsenal. Because it really, really could. You're going to hate North London teams after tonight. Maybe. Potentially, yeah. We'll see what ends up happening. If I lose to Arsenal, I think I might just stop streaming entirely. But we'll But we'll see. Oh, we've a busted graphic. Give us a second. Okay, there we go. Okay, so it's annoying too because we had one hell of a winning streak, but still, we'll see how things end up going now as we continue on and hope to get really only that much for him. I figured he'd be a lot better, if I'm honest. I mean, you could take him out to dinner before asking him to do something so intimate, seeing you're a duck, but why do you want Jesus to screw you? There's an 18-week preseason in the Cook Islands for the ladies. Yeah, the joys of that. That sounds fun now, my friend. Okay, so let's see. We're a few days off of the Champions League final and seeing how things end up going when we continue on onto the next season, where hopefully we're able to get a victory. Sesko with a bit of an injury, hopefully he'll end up doing that. And we won the under-21s league as well, which is something good for us. I know that doesn't matter, but hey, it's nice to have your youth doing something of note. Craic has gotten this kid. Interesting. Yeah, I don't really care. Sorry, I shouldn't be clicking. It's probably bad for the mic. By the way, is the 300 channel... I never actually asked you this. Is 300 channel points too much for the song request? I think I have the channel points priced out okay, don't I? Or am I wrong on that? If you ever think anything like that, there's a recommendation, anything like that should be changed, let me know. I think I have them all priced out okay. Submit retained list. Okay. You know, that no with no context is don't want to abuse it. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. We do need to get we do need to get a better goalkeeper. So that'll be the next thing we're on the lookout. Because both our substitute goalkeeper and this goalkeeper aren't good enough. They have a nice setup done for the Sufa boxing, I'll tell you that. At least the board change next season's expectations. Avoid finishing bottom of the league. Well, that's good. You just haven't been getting any luck since you've been in this league, though, right? Like, you done an okay job, right? Mbappe going to City would be an interesting choice. I don't see it happening, but it would be an interesting choice. Ahmad and Mbeumo, interesting. Nico Williams, that has to be. Oh no, Inaki Williams. Sa. Yeah, Sa. God, that stats. God damn it, man. Really? Over Costa? I'm shocked that he's the best goalkeeper in the year. I'm not shocked at all that it's a Kemi, by the way. Interesting. That left-hand side, we have a good few options. If he was the right-hand side, we might end up looking at him. So, Alec Dees. So this is a far more simulated, by the way, if I pronounced that wrong, my apologies. This is a far more simulated version of a football game. So the whole point of it is you set yourself up for your scouting. Then you go and you create your tactics and you build your game up where you want to do. You do your scouting regimens. You build your training profiles. You put yourself up for that way around, and then you go into each individual game and you are looking as a manager looking down, and then you make your changes. And most of the stuff is done from this particular page here, where you create your tactic, and based on the tactic that you have created, they will end up playing that out in the actual game. You can make changes in game time to differentiate on how they play via the team instructions and stuff like this. So on this particular formation, we're doing a 4-2-3-1. My left backs typically will end up specifically targeting the opponent team's wingers, but we play with a shorter passing range with high tempo, medium to average width. We keep the ball and don't particularly try for set pieces. We encourage dribbling. We cross early to try and get plenty of crosses in. We allow different types of shooting and the whole lot, using both of the flanks and stuff like that. And you can edit all of this type of stuff in and out of possession to work for however you want to end up doing. So like, as I was showing you there, this is one of the tactics I have. This is another of the tactics I have. This one is a wee bit less defensively orientated in what's coming around with it. Effectively, the good thing about this game is you can do whatever you want in it. I'm one of the top teams in the game at the moment, being Manchester United. So the wiggle room is a lot greater for what you can do because there's a lot more access to talent. But at the same point in time, you're also going up against better talent, so it's harder to do things. At the same point in time, it's a phenomenal experience, and I recommend everyone have a go at this game. It is very text-based simulator. So if you're more into actually physically playing the game or more into that type of things, you mightn't enjoy it as much. But once you get into this and you enjoy it, it is one of the most addictive things you'll ever end up playing in your time. If you wait around, you're going to end up watching me play the Champions League final, which is one of the biggest competitions that I have this year. So we'll see what ends up happening. You can have staff do things that you don't want to, which is decent. There's an amazing thing someone has done in the FM community, and I dare say it's my favorite thing I've ever seen on Twitch. What was that, Senior Duck? Let me know. Of course, Obi got injured. Salmon. Interesting. I'm honestly not sure how good you are, but considering how cheap you are, I'm just going to buy you to buy you. Like, for 100k, why not? With the money I have. Yeah, so Arsenal are 5th, so one underneath us. Okay, so we'll have an intro. You can request your whole Twitch chat history, by the way. How I found my chat is his channel. Oh, they made a chat command named after me that says random quotes every 15 minutes. I sent him my entire chat history in his channel. Yes. You told me you were in the middle of doing that. Yeah. Yeah, I was on about potentially doing something similar to that, Senior Duck, or just a quotation of random crack facts. But we'll worry about that in the future as to whether or not I'll bother my arse to do it. Interesting. Huh. Rodrigo Gomez for Wolves. Are Wolves coming back up this season? No. Well, they might do, but probably not. 39 million for him. That's not too bad. I have 230k overall chats on here. Are you happy about that, Senior Duck, or is that slightly concerning for you? 113 million. That's way too much. I'm happy to have you chatting, my friend. It means that the conversation has been glorious between us, I suppose. Inesco? Ooh. So Strasbourg are selling Inesco back to the Premier League. Just shows how much I have been here for the past 5 years. Well, not here. My stream hasn't been here for 5 years, but I know what you mean. I'm actually scared next time they go live. Why? Why would you be scared about that? Surely that's a fantastic thing to look forward to and just enjoy. Ah, yeah, but that's just a sign. That's just a sign of good things. And have no clue what mad chap I've said in the past. Ah, yeah, but there's nothing wrong with saying mad crap either, to be fair. Okay, so we're going to Atletico Madrid. We're going up against Arsenal. We're going to have to hope that things end up going well for us. Fuck no. Also, there's no way we're sending him back to Bromley. Even though he would have been a star player, but no. Hold a team meeting because we need to win this final. What? Okay, that's annoying. But the way we've been playing, why are they annoyed about that? All of you are good players. Oh no, that's concerning. Maybe that loss made more of a difference than I was expecting. Okay, yeah. Well, we want to win, so we're going to end up winning. There's no way we're letting Arsenal have their first Champions League win ever. Ooh, Callum Doyle has rejected City's contract offer. As I almost gave away my eyes. Yeah, the joys of that. The joys of the problems that would cause for you, my friend. Really? The board expects us to lose. Why? Why are Arsenal? Okay. Okay. they think Arsenal have a better chance of winning this than us. That's very interesting. And we're going with this team, by the way. Well, not Sesko. We're swapping Sesko with Evan Ferguson if he's not dead. Okay, because Evan Ferguson's just been playing too good. Now we have Nathaniel the Cat there. Gibson or Fredrickson. Twar. Camarada. There's no point having you on the bench, but we do need to put you out on loan. Shabazz. Okay. So, there are no other changes that we need to make in preparation for this Champions League final. But we do need luck and greatness to be on our side. Hopefully now we can beat Arsenal here in the Atletico Madrid Stadium. We're going to go into it in good spirits. Either we have another Champions League around our belts, or we give Arsenal their first ever Champions League. One of two things comes true here. We bottle and make one of the most annoying fan bases in the world virtually more annoying. Or we win. Yes, Duck. We're going to do the full match and talk through it and see how things end up going. Unfortunately, the Lord himself, the God Almighty, Miles Lewis Skelly, is not on the pitch. But, and I do actually need to immediately make a tactical change because I'm a tit, but they've gone for David Raya, Yorian Timber, Saliba, Gabriel Calafiori, Subamendi, Odegaard, Rice, Saka, Martinelli, and Victor Gyökeres. They've made no changes to the team that they have out there now and have a fairly strong bench. But we will see how things end up going. They're 4-3-3 versus my 4-2-3-1. Greatness happens tonight, one way or another. In Atletico Madrid Stadium, in all English final of the Champions League, can Arsenal win, or will Manchester United be champions of Europe once again? Only time will tell. Okay, pause for a second. Change you to full match. And then immediately, while we're waiting on it, because I forgot to do this before we started, you target Martinelli. You target Saka. And let's see how we do. Okay. I thought for a second they were going to score immediately. Wouldn't it be typical? Okay. Dogu to Mbeumo. Saka taken down Mbeumo. Okay. How are we going to play this game? Hopefully slow enough that all ends up working together. Ahmad over to Dogu. Ilya to Yoro. Mazraoui. Oh, bad by Mazraoui. Not proper communication between Ahmad and Mazraoui. Riot Calafieri. Martinelli. Gyökeres taken by Mazraoui. Beautiful. That was bad by Stellar. Timber. Saliba. Ooh. Good. Well, we're in the right positions anyway, which is good, but still dangerous. Menu to Bruno, straight down to Mazraoui. Ferguson, Stellar, Mazraoui, Ahmad. What? God, Ahmad and Mazraoui are not working well with each other at the moment, concerningly. It's the battle to decide who'll be champions and chumps. Only one way to find out, and that is to fight. Zubermendi, Saka, but good. We're doing great defensively, which is what you like to see. We're covering all of our bases. And short passing connecting play is doing well for us. And again, Ahmad and Mazraoui are not working right with each other. Gabriel. Oh, Gyökeres. Lemens. Good work there by Lemens. Ilya. Lemens. Take it slow, but playing out from the back with confidence. Mbeumo with a horrible attempt there, but Ilya had it covered. Ahmad. It's not Ahmad's game, is it? It's not Ahmad's game today. He's making tons of little stupid mistakes. Always in the wrong place, always connecting the passes wrong and the whole lot. It's just not Ahmad's game so far tonight. Lemens straight out. Nobody there. A bad 5 minutes for us. It hasn't been great for them either, to be fair, but a bad 5 minutes for us. Declan Rice. Good. Mbeumo gets it and out for play. Mbeumo should do significantly better on that one. I will say too, it's funny that we're the team in the away kit, considering, technically speaking, we were higher on the league phases. And, we're the bigger team, technically, in England, and finished higher in the English table. So, it's funny that we're in the away kit. But it doesn't matter. I actually prefer this black kit to the red kit this year anyway. Mbeumo, down to Mazraoui, and Calafieri had him covered. We're just not able to stop them right, but defensively we're doing okay, which is good. Ahmad with a run with no one to help him. Ferguson to Mbeumo, and Timber able to take him out. Just sloppy. Ooh, Ahmad. Again, Ahmad's just being caught by the heels. It's not even that they're doing a defensively good job against Ahmad. It's just he's being caught by the heels. Due to sloppiness of his own design. And Mbeumo and Evan Ferguson's connective play that they've had over the last couple of games hasn't been in play at all this game either. Good, at least there wasn't a card given out there. Gabriel. Interesting that he's taken the free kick for them. Timber to Saliba. Raya, I don't think he's down as a sweeper keeper. He wasn't really out for sweeper keeper anyway, but I know we play wide, but we have to do better in our passing than that. This has been a bad 12 minutes. How is that a free kick? Stellar got the ball and the whole lot. Timber to Saka. This could be their goal. No, beautiful by Dogu. Mbeumo. Menu. Bruno. Okay, good passing work. Ahmad to Menu. No. But good defensive work again by Ilya and Yoro, covering all of their bases, not letting the attack get further than it needs to. Almost true. Gabriel, Timber, Saliba. Ooh, they're getting through there. Nice, Mazraoui caught him this time. It's been a tale of two fights between Martinelli and Mazraoui. Mazraoui's had him more often than not. Corner for United. Nice defensive work there. Bruno Fernandes taking the corner. Short, no one there to take it, and out for a throw-in. Don't have Diego Dalot anymore to do me long throw-ins. So Dogu now to Manu to Stellar. And tripped up free kick. Bruno. Not able to get a proper header on it. Mazraoui, no one there to come for him. Ahmad. And another free kick. God, Arsenal, I don't know if this is Arsenal being dirty or chancy. Oh, what was that, Stellar? Oh, that was horrible by Stellar. Well, I'm happy you have it on the big screen, Duck. We'll see what ends up happening. Can we get something out of this 20 minutes in? And we've probably been the better team, but we haven't been good either. Saka to Odegaard. Timber, Saliba. They're playing back now as opposed to going forward. They're almost playing a back three at the moment. They've kind of morphed into that, which is weird. Raya, Calafiori, Martinelli, beautiful. But Euro and Ilya are doing such a good job containing Gyökeres. Oh, nice work by Manu. Beautiful against Odegaard. Bruno to Mazraoui. Stellar, Mazraoui. Back to Euro. Ilya. We're doing what they were at now. We're just trolling them a bit. Ahmad. What was that, Bruno? Oh, no control over that ball at all. We're pressing them, but not particularly well. Ooh, that was a rough tackle, Dogu. You're lucky you didn't get a card out of that one. Timber, Zubermendi. Oh, Martinelli. Oh, and Ilya covered him again. Gyökeres not able to get anything out of it. Zubermendi. We have to be careful. We're giving them too many chances to get that ball into Gyökeres. I know we're covering them well enough, but we have to be a wee bit more careful. 22nd minute. Saka to Gabriel. Saka trying to go around us. Odegaard back. I mean, that's a fair idea when you don't see the pass correctly to go back and try and reset things. Oh no. Martinelli had that. Good work by Lamens. Yeah, we've in the last 5 minutes we've been giving it to them. Last 5 minutes we've been giving it to them. We have to be in more control. We're giving them a wee bit too much momentum, and passes like that aren't helping. Martinelli, Calafieri, Gabriel. Yeah, they're trying, to be fair, they're like us. They're trying to counterattack, but they're trying to bring us forward, which we're doing an okay job of stopping. Oh, no. Mbeumo went the wrong way. Mbeumo went the wrong way. Still better a throw-in than a kick-out, even though that's pure luck that it is a throw-in as opposed to a kick-out. Saka. Dogu needs to do better there. And out for a goal kick, so not too bad. The pressure's working on them a bit. Still need to do more here. Ilya. And then Manu. Dogu. Bruno. Straight down to Ahmad. Ahmad and Calafieri able to block him. And Euro again covering that corner beautifully. Ilya to Manu. Manu down in Mbeumo with the run. Mbeumo, Ahmad down there, nothing to grab it. And Ahmad not able to control the ball. Oh, it's not Ahmad's game. It doesn't seem to be any of the forward line's game. All of them have been very, very sloppy. It's funny that Ferguson is on a 6.5 because I haven't seen him in this game at all. I mean, better to clear it than anything, but like, I think Euro could have done better to get that into the foot of Mbeumo. Like, the entirety of my front line has been bad so far in this game, annoyingly. Champions again, ole ole, or sacked in the morning. Well, let's hope that... Oh, Mbeumo would have just an interesting small head. Not going to lie, if Katie appears whilst United are losing at the moment, it'd be the funniest thing. It wouldn't shock me if she did end up showing up. It'd be typical. But can we end up getting a result out of this beforehand? We're still putting the pressure on them. Okay. Good by Mazraoui to pass that back. Bruno, Mazraoui, Stellar attempt to Ahmad. Ahmad! Just too much defensiveness in the way there. Yori and Timber should not be left on his own there when they're trying to do passing work like that. Good work by Ilya to get that interception. Bruno now up to Mbeumo. Mbeumo to Dogu. Dogu loses it far too easy to Saka. And I don't know why that card was given. But that's an annoying card because Saka has been running away with that side all game. And it's a shame we don't have Saba, who's our only... Well, it's our proper swap, that corner. Down we go, Victor. Victor has it. And Ilya takes it from his feet. Beautiful from Ilya. Beautiful by Mbeumo. And what the hell was that, Stellar? Oh, Stellar was trying to hit that back into bloody England. Saka now. Mbeumo lets him by. Gyökeres out for a kick, thankfully. Pressure on Gyökeres not to be able to pick it up. I think we've been neutralizing Gyökeres okay in this game. Ahmad. Oh, okay. No, okay. Ahmad has to come off at halftime. It's just not his game. Menu. Mazraoui. Cross, but nobody there. Dogu. Out for a corner. Can we get something out of this? Ahmad? Can you bring yourself greatness here? Bruno. Ooh, another corner. Amad Diallo. Another corner. Up to Mazraoui. Euro. Imagine if Calafieri scored an own goal. Ooh. Mazraoui doing an okay job stopping Calafiori from getting that cross. Dogu, nice work. Dogu with the run to Mbeumo, and Dogu fails to do the follow-up run. Just not the half. Ooh, Rice, Bruno. Still taking off of Rice. It does bring more of them up front, but more of us back. Calafieri going for the long throw-in. Interesting. I didn't even know that was really... What is Ahmad at? I mean, it worked out for us, but what was Ahmad at? Bruno now taking the corner. And it goes. Nothing there. Mbeumo to Bruno. Bruno back. Dogu. This might be where I should end up bringing on Decat, because Decat has scored from this position multiple times over the last couple of games. Bruno to Manu to Stellar to Mazraoui. Just too high. David Raya to Gabriel. Ooh, Stellar. Oh, Bruno's there for it. Bruno's back, Mazraoui, Bruno, and then just loses it, unfortunately. But Stellar grabs it back up. Mazraoui being taken out, but again, unfortunately. 2 weeks down, 18 weeks of preseason processing hell. Joys of it, Senior Duck. Who knows, your preseason might finish by the time this game is done. Gyökeres to Rice. This is their best chance. Rice to Calafiori. Zubermendi loses it to Manu. Ahmad now has the ball again. Ahmad with the run. Ahmad's keeping it, crosses it in. He fell over. No. Oh, that would have been a fantastic chance. And Buemo not able to grab it right. It's so unlucky. Oh, he fell over. We're not going to get a better chance than that for an open goal. If Buemo was just better, that has to be at least a yellow. Okay. Ilya. To Dogu. Dogu now with the run. Dogu with the cross. It's again Ferguson just not intense enough. Buemo nothing there. Gyökeres with the run. Sesko. Oh no, not Sesko. Bloody done. Evan Ferguson to Buemo, and Buemo to Bruno, and Bruno's not able to hold it. It's a tough game, this. We're going to need to make at least 2 subs at halftime because we just haven't been good enough. We need to take off Ahmad. We need to take off Evan Ferguson. Martinelli. I mean, that tells you everything you can see about it. It's been a very bad game from both sides. It's been a very, very bad game for both sides. Okay, so Ahmad needs to come off. So we'll put Victor Ruch on instead. Evan Ferguson needs to come off. So we'll put on Benjamin Sesko instead. Brian and Buemo will probably be the next one to come off, at which point Marcus Rashford will probably come on. But those are the only 2 changes I'm making at the moment. Actually, we're not. We're going to take Brian and Buemo off as well and put Rashford on. We're going to make a triple change for all of our forwards and hope that this makes a difference. And shout our ass down at them. And let's see if this makes a difference. Mazraoui loses it immediately to Martinelli. Mazraoui has to be careful. He cannot get a card. Yeah, it does seem a bit like the immovable the immovable object versus the unstoppable force. But Lemens just covers it before Gyökeres is able to get it. Ilya, Euro, Stellar, Bruno to Dogu. Dogu, what was that by Dogu? Oh, how did Raya give us a corner? Mazraoui. I was closer than I'd like to admit. Ooh, Martinelli. Lemens not doing a great job with that, Lemens. Menu, okay, good. Good. We have control of the ball again. Stellar to Sesko. Sesko to Rashford. Rashford again. It's going to be another one of those games where all of our strikers are just going to do a bad job. I'm surprised that wasn't a card. Is this going to be their goal? Thankfully not, but this is becoming dangerous now. Ilya to Dogu. Ilya. Euro, Mazraoui, Victor to Stellar to good, quick passing play. This is what we like to see. Dogu not able to get by him. That was a very bad pass. Okay, good work by Rashford. Rashford now. Menu to Rashford. Nobody there. Dogu in, and Raya has it covered. At 60 minutes, we need to make a change to the tactic. We're not going to go to the back 3 yet, anyways. I think we've been giving away too many chances to go to the back 3. Stellar not doing a good job covering Rice, but does a good job there. Saka now with the ball. Rice, Gabriel, Calafiori. They're controlling an awful lot of this game. Gyökeres, Martinelli, Gyökeres. They're throwing. Marcus Rashford now holding on to the ball to Bruno, to Sesko, Rashford, Dogu. And nobody to help him. Dogu is just getting bloody crippled on that side. Rashford to Dogu. Rashford. Dogu! Corner again. Oh, we're swimming in corners. Might have to change our corner tactic because we're not getting anything out of it. Victor now, Euro, Mazraoui, and not able to get to Bruno. Zubomendi, Yorian Timber, Saka, Odegaard. Manu able to take it, but a bad pass to Rashford. Saka's through. Dogu covering him. Bruno. That screamed own goal. Saka. Okay, and a bad attempt by Saka there. Lamens, long ball to Saliba, and Raya picks it up. Gabriel, Calafieri. We have not been in any ways controlling this half. It has all been Arsenal. Calafiori, but a good stop there. Good, Manu. Like, we can control the ball a bit, lads. We don't need to just whelp it out of the fucking way. Good, Euro. Martinelli. Rice. Martinelli. Manu. Nobody up would help him. Nobody up to help him. Manu has it. Manu has it. Nobody there. Mazraoui. And again, just nobody there to help them. Dogu, Rashford, True. Let's go! And we break blood! And we break blood. A Marcus Rashford cross into a Benjamin Sesko header straight over David Raya, and we end up breaking blood. I have to admit the better team did not deserve that at the moment. Arsenal have been the better team in this half, but at the same point in time, we break blood, and now Arsenal will end up getting antsy. But as we must remember,
Shut up.
Don't you forget, you ain't won yet.
So we have to remember that's the case, okay? We need at least one more goal to get a bit of a buffer between us, and we can definitely do it. Mazraoui to Bruno to Victor. Victor down to Manu. Zubomendi robs it off of us. A nice interception by Zubomendi. Calafiori through there. We're doing grand defensively. It seems an awful lot more scary than it actually is, but still. Bruno. Mazraoui gets his card. I think even though Dogu is significantly more involved in the defensive play, I think it might be time to swap out Mazraoui and bring on Willy Kwamboala instead of him. Yes, okay. So we're going to make that change now at the next time that the play stops. But can Mazraoui have a moment of excellence before then? No, not if he does crap like that, he can't. Okay, Mazraoui's off the pitch and Willy Kwamboala comes on instead of him. So we just need Dogu to be careful now. To Rashford. To Bruno. Stellar. Victor not doing anything. I know it's not Victor Rook's normal position, but he needs to do better than that. Saka. Timber. Saliba, Calafieri, Gabriel, Martinelli, not there for him. Willie needs to do better. Okay, Marcus Rashford has the ball. Out there to Bruno. Why Bruno? Oh my God. Oh, that's horrible by Bruno. Bruno should have known well Victor didn't have that. Rice now to Martinelli. Gabriel, Martinelli. We're doing okay containing them in, but we need to do more. It's all Arsenal in terms of position. Willie Kwambwala with the run. Can Kwambwala do something with this? Willie to Rashford. Oh, damn it. Good cross, and Rashford had time. That's just bad by Rashford. Willie to Manu. Manu to Rashford. Rashford, Rook not able to get control of it. Ah, that's unlucky for Victor. Victor needed to get control of that. Martinelli. Gabriel. Martinelli. Bruno has the ball. Willie to Bruno. Bruno to Victor. Victor now with the run. Victor. Victor. Oh, Willie takes it back. And it's out for a throw-in for us. Willie Kwambwala tries to Bruno, but no luck. Willie, down it goes Victor. Victor trying too hard there, but another corner for us. Angelo Stellar taking it again. Short corner, no luck. Ilya, Manu, Rashford. Rashford one-on-one. The flag goes up anyway, but he needs to do significantly better. Never mind the offside. I know he's going up against one of the best goalkeepers in the world in David Raya, but he needs to do better than that. We're going into 70 minutes now with a 1-0 lead. Can we keep it? Can we get another? Arsenal haven't looked properly like scoring yet. Couple of wide chances, but nothing that's properly there. Ilya to Bruno. Bruno to Dogu. Dogu doing a good job there. Rashford with the run. No one to help him. Crosses it in. David Raya has it controlled, unfortunately. Raya passes out to Orient Timber. Saka. Ooh. Is Rashford getting a card? No. Okay. I thought it would have been a light card if Rashford had gotten that card. Zubomendi to Gabriel. Gabriel to Martinelli. I think Arsenal have slowed it down a bit, which is an interesting tactic for them. Rice. Yeah, playing back the ball is an interesting move, but we're not really susceptible to the counter-attack like that. Maybe in the other formation this would end up working, but I don't think it works well on this one. Gyökeres. Everyone's back. Saka. Odegaard. Calafieri. Odegaard. Saliba. Everyone is up for Arsenal now at the moment. We're pushing them back, though. Odegaard, Saka. Saka gets by him. And Dogu stops the interplay between Odegaard and Saka. Beautiful work by Dogu. It's been an interesting game for Dogu. It hasn't been a good game, but it hasn't been a bad game for Dogu. Bruno. Bruno might be the next sub. Our last sub, I think. Manu, Angelo Stellar, free kick. Bruno. Will I regret this? Maybe. But I think we make it. Bruno for Cunha. Gyökeres. Good stop. Ilya straight up there and out for a throw-in, okay? Timber. Saliba. We're doing okay in our pressing of them. This is where the defense is working brilliantly with each other. Ilya and Euro are always in the right position to stop something from happening. Cunha just needed to be a little faster. Saka lets it go out. Okay. Dogu. Ooh, okay. Arsenal being a bit weaker than we normally expect there. Cunha. Much better cross that time. Cunha. Rashford. Dogu. Menu. Stellar. And just stopped in the midway. Euro could run after that. But we're on the 80th minute. 10 minutes left with, I would assume, 4 minutes of added time. And it's looking like we're going to be the champions of Europe. 1-0 win, but who cares? Dogu. Cross in. Nobody there to take it. Ethan Nwaneri with a good little way to try and get by them. Trying to do something different, but not able to do it. Dogu to Cunha. Cunha there to Victor. Victor to Cunha. Cunha. Victor. Willie. Victor. Nobody there. Unfortunate. Victor almost landing it directly into the foot of Benjamin Sesko, but nothing there. Ilya able to take it. you're wanting FM to you're wanting me to get FM'd, is it, Duck? I'm not parking the bus. It's just been a midfield battle. It's been nothing but a midfield battle. The two defenses just stopping the midfield. Gyökeres over there to Lemens. Down we go. Ilya to Stellar to Sesko to Stellar to Dogu up. Calafiori beautifully done, but that the flag goes up for offside. Okay. So Bermendi to Rice, Saliba, Gabriel. Can they do something? Will they change their name of play? It hasn't worked for 85 minutes. We've been able to stop them at almost every turn. Are they going to continue with this form of play? Yes, they are. Marcus Rashford takes the ball up there. Rashford is cleaned out. Timber with a yellow card. Free kick in a dangerous position. Cunha setting himself up. Cunha to Stellar. Wasn't expecting that. Victor Ruch. Oh, the attempt was nice, but it did not work. And the god himself, Miles Lewis-Skelly, is on the pitch. Stellar tries for Sesko. Sesko didn't do the jump. Cunha. And loses the ball there to Calafiori. Victor down to Ilya up to Euro to Stellar to Euro. Back to Lemens. And we're trying to do the counter-attacking play now, bring up this ultra-defensive side of Arsenal, but to no avail at the moment. We don't need this goal, but we bloody want it. Kwambala now trying to make some space, but no one moving. Victor Ruch to Matthias Cunha. Dogu! And an unfortunate chop by Dogu, nowhere near the goal. Miles Lewis-Skelly to Ethan Nwaneri. Ethan Nwaneri tries for Gyökeres again. Different play to get the Gyökeres, but Gyökeres has just been completely isolated in this game. Saliba to Menu to Euro to Stellar to Kwambala to Menu to Euro. We're just playing triangles around them at the moment. Stellar, nobody there. Victor not able to do the run right. And 4 minutes of added time. 5 minutes until we are crowned champions of Europe. Saka up there and Ilya just there to stop it again. Dogu to Rashford to Cunha stopped in his tracks. Good work there. Benjamin Sesko keeping the ball and Victor doing a bad job. Willie Kwambala running up with it now. Willie Kwambala loses to Ethan Nwaneri straight through and again tries to Victor Gyökeres. This time gets him, but Gyökeres not able to keep it. Interesting. Saliba to Gabriel. Can Arsenal do the impossible and sneak a horse crap goal? Ethan Nwaneri attempts for Gyökeres again, but Euro has him covered. If it's happening, it's happening now. Ooh. And we put it out for another throw-in. This is dangerous times now in the Champions League final. Skelly to Rice. Rice stopped. Sesko just kicking it down. an okay clearance, but a bad idea at the same point in time. He should aim more for Sesko there. 1 minute left. Can Arsenal do the impossible? Or can we end up scoring another goal and just ending this game with a rubber stamp? No, out it goes. 30 seconds left. Dogu. To Cunha. And it's over. Manchester United, champions of Europe. 1-0. A good win. But we are the champions of Europe. 4th in the league. Champions of Europe in the Champions League. Let's see how we end up doing next season. We do need a couple of support. One of the main bits of it probably is a better goalkeeper. Lamens has been okay for us, but hasn't been the success that we've ultimately wanted. But hey, we are the champions of Europe, and who can be more happy than that? And if we had lost, this would have been on all of us. But because we have won, this is solely on me. This is solely on me. The joys of my success. But 11 shots, 3 on target. Ultimately, a bad performance by us. We needed to do more from that. It was a counter-attacking play that ended up getting it. A lot of bad passing done. But we got what we wanted, and we needed it. Is that for me? Turning around saying that this is my victory and not our victory, Senior Duck? Is that working? Oh, okay. So all of them ones aren't working. So the blurps are working, but that one isn't. So I'll do it for you.
Off is a direction you can fuck.
I'm refunding your points on that one. So the ones that I have set up aren't working. I have them here, so I can do it myself. But that's unfortunate because streamer bot is still broke. The pain in the arse. But hey, we've successfully won the Champions League, and we're happy out. So we have stopped Arsenal from getting their first Champions League. Benjamin Sesko with the goal. We have qualified for the FIFA Club World Cup as well, which is a beautiful sight. We'll do with Chelsea now and end up winning that. But beautiful for us now. Champions of Europe. Dogu. I don't know if it's fair to say that it's a Dogu masterclass. They've given Dogu the man of the match, which is interesting. Well, no, it's a Lamens man of the match. And Sesko as well. Huh, weird. Anyway, never mind that. But hey, we get 25 million quid for winning it. We qualify for the Club World Cup, which we'll try to win. 31 Champions League medals. I am one of the top Irish managers of all time, which, to be fair, you get for winning pittance. So that doesn't even matter. Beckham hails true Manchester United legend. What? Oh, okay. It's because he's a legend. He's not making, but maybe he's making me out to be a legend, but I mean, I don't know. Anyway, Champions League win. Happy out for us. The club's finances are still fucked, but that's an entirely different conversation. In the Who's won it. Erling Haaland is the top goal scorer. By the way, if only. Declan Rice is down as the top assist with 8 assists. It's down as being Manchester United as of Erling Haaland, which is bloody funny. But biggest over... you cheeky bastards. You cheeky bastards. Biggest overachievers for winning it, huh? Huh? I think I know what we can say to whoscored.com.
Off is a direction you can fuck.
A number of bonuses have been played out. Evan Ferguson, 1.1 million. Carlos Fernandez, really? The assistant manager gets paid for it. That's funny. Harry Maguire got a payment. Ah, that's funny. But hey, champions of Europe. It's not hard to be top of it. You just have to be MA. To be a PE teacher in an Irish school gets to get on said list. I'm delighted. Of course I am. Yes, Champions League will have on Bruno Fernandes. Well, like, he's the captain, so you'd expect that it's going to be good. But hey, cue the Rooney quote, we batter them. Oh, give us a second. If I can find it, I'll do it. Oh no, it's just I can't and if you have a here we go. Give us a second. Coolaboola. Don't say I'm not a man willing to put in the effort. Okay.
Well, you would compete against this team, but how does it compare to your 2018, which was probably the best team that I've ever played against? This squad compared to that one.
Yeah, we battled them. I don't think we would.
There we go. Happy out. I got it for you. Don't say I'm not a man willing to put in the effort. But anyways, let's see what else ends up coming in. Okay, so it's saying we have one positional issue, which is there, to be fair. We had Mazraoui up for sale. At this point in time, we're probably better just keeping him. Well, we'll see. If we get an offer for him, we'll sell him out. We'll probably find someone for that position, because Mazraoui's been okay. Ooh, okay, so you are wrong side, although you're performing fairly good. 21 million quid for you, though. It's a shame you're that side, because that's the same as Saba, and Saba's that position. If you were more this side, I'd go and get you. Although the fact that you're youth, like, this always confused me, because when people are youth, that means they have the youth contract, right? So we have Honest as well. Honest is another person that you could potentially end up getting, although Honest hasn't progressed into anything great yet. Ferguson claimed Champions League young player, which, to be honest, he kind of deserves. He's been very, very good in the Champions League. Manchester United players on the dream team. João Neves on right back. Really? As a right back? Evan Ferguson, Zambrani, and Dogu. Interesting, with Raya in goal. Rice, Ahmad as well, and Bellingham. Only one Real Madrid player. And of course, it's their big dog, Jude Bellingham. Ooh, okay. Alberto Luna. No, probably won't be worth it. Luis Esquire. Striker. He's 15, but I would assume he's probably not going to be worth it. And Matteo Salvini, definitely not worth it. Jaden, was one of the defenders I was on about. He's been doing okay at Rosenborg, but he hasn't improved as much as I'd want him to. So he'll be another one to go out on loan again. Now that it's finished, the board are pleased with my management. Well, they bloody want to be, wouldn't they? What? I did get what they wanted. Oh, whatever. I love how they're annoyed about the Ipswich loss. I love how they're annoyed about the Ipswich watch. Why would anyone give a crap about the Ipswich loss? I suppose it might have cost them 2 million quid. Which, you know, matters later. No bother, Senior Duck. Have a fantastic night's sleep. I don't know if I'm going to be live again this weekend. If I am, keep an eye out for it. Tomorrow is a very busy day for me, and I will see how things are constituted about myself for the Manchester United game, so maybe 4:30 on Sunday if it suits. But until then, my friend, thank you so much for coming in. It has been an absolute pleasure. Remember, I'm Stupid Sexy Craic, and as always, Schlonga Fool and Pogue Mahone, my friend. Okay. Premier League. Do we want to do a title challenge? Are you gone as well, Matty? If you are, no bother whatsoever. No, I was just saying goodbye to Doc. No. I'm staying live for a wee bit longer. I don't know how much longer, but I'm staying live for a wee bit longer. So just keep an eye. We'll do a couple of bits and bobs. As you know, with me, my preseason is notoriously long. So just keep in mind on that. Where do we go? China, USA, Singapore, or Austria? I mean, you get the most amount of money probably by going to the USA. Yeah, screw it. Let's go to the USA. Not because you called me sucks. Cheers, mate. I appreciate you. Oh, my God. Okay, so work within the budget, grow their expectations, sign players self for profit. Fuck no. 4-year contracts, yes. No. By the way, why even put it as an option to get rid of something if you're not going to let me do it? Genuinely. Like, if I'm not allowed put something off like this, and then they end up doing that, how is that fair? Like, if I can't, like, oh, whatever. Like, I don't have a choice. I can't say no. Anyway, continue on for now. Oh, they're going for Samu. An interesting spike for Chelsea. Youth contracts, but none of them are worth it. So just let them go. So we just have to keep an eye out now and see who we're going to end up getting. Have you any recommendations, Maddie, on who to potentially check to add to the club? Because if there's anyone you end up recommending, we can have a look and see how they're doing at the moment. Like, he should be an interesting kettle of fish for us next season. Jordu hasn't improved as much as we'd want, but we can keep him around and see what we're going to end up doing. Sadly, ultimately, we might just end up having to sell him, which is insanely annoying at 20 years of age. Jaden, we probably need to put out on another loan. Tyler Fletcher, I'd hope improves more, but he's probably not going to. So he's one we're probably going to have to release or sell. Rasmus, we're probably going to have to sell, even though he's improved bits. He's not good enough, and he's coming closer to his time. Shea Lacey and Jaden, like all of these bucks we'll see. Christian Ozero has potential, but we'll see. And then Harry Maguire, I believe, is permanently joining them. Or maybe he isn't. I thought he was. He didn't play any games for the fuckers. No! Oh. That's infuriating. That's infuriating. That's actually maddening. That's maddening. Why loan someone if you're not going to play him a bloody second? Even I'm not that bad. Like, I loan people with the idea that I'm going to just buy them and get rid of them. But, like, even I'm not that bad. Like, holy crap. How have we had this bad of a dip? Anyway, never mind. We might have to sell some people this year as well. It's the worst I've seen the finances in quite some time. I would sign him, but not for 85 million quid. Interesting that he's the top goal scorer of the Portuguese league as a centre defensive midfielder. Anyways. Very pleased. I'm playing the free DLC map where the Hunter gave us a month ago, and it's a smaller map, and since it's a smaller map, you have so many highly rated animals everywhere, it's overwhelming. Can the animals turn their attention and start to go near you? Like, can the animals try and attack you? Is that something that can end up happening there? Like, is there a situation where you can end up being under threat of getting hurt or something like that because of the way that the animals are reacting? Okay, recall him anyway, which is unfortunate because he was doing well for them. But you know what? We want to try and sell Mount. And a couple of other bits and bobs to potentially improve our finances. Like, we should get a good bit of money at the end of the year anyway, due to sponsorships and all of that type of stuff. So we'll see what ends up happening. Yeah, it doesn't happen often, but it does happen where they will attack you. 90 to 99% of the time, they will run away. Interesting. Why? Euro has been unbelievable for us. Also, where did Vincent Kompany land? The game does not want to load him, does he? Of course it bloody doesn't. People, Vincent. I have spelled Vincent right? Why isn't he coming up? Weird. What, is he just retired? Huh? That's peculiar. Where's Vincent Company? Where the hell is Vincent Company? That is peculiar as hell. Surely he's in the game. Unless something has happened that he's been taken out of it, on mine. Because he's not the Bayern manager at the moment. Which is why I was curious. Esposito, H, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, J, K. Okay, let's continue to go down. I didn't realize he'd be down past halfway at the goddamn page, but I suppose I can't do the alphabet, so. I, J, K is next. Okay. Carlson, Kearney, Kennedy, King. Oh, okay, so if he's anywhere... Okay, so Ronald Koeman's a free agent, which is interesting. We might try and sign him as an assistant manager, which would be fucking hilarious. But Company, so M... Conrad. Yeah. Maybe he retired. He's not there. Is that potentially what happened? That has to be something like that, surely. Because he's not here. M. S. Yeah. That's insane. I'm genuinely shocked by that. Well, he's the manager of the Netherlands. There's not a chance, yeah, that's what I thought. That's insane. Actions. No. About the club. Can you see legends? Best players. No, you can see the recent best players, but no, you can't see their best players. The club profile, key people. Yeah, interesting. I haven't a clue where he went. So, unless, like, for some reason Bayern Munich it is Bayern Munich, and Munich have just changed the name of the goddamn person, because it's Ronnie Falehi at the moment. But no, that can't be the case, because he's Belgian. And he as a player was that milestones. It is him. Huh? It is him. Oh, okay. Interesting. There, Vincent Company's name changed. It's Ronnie Falehe instead of Vincent Company. That's funny. Huh. Huh. Yeah, it's probably licensing. I haven't seen them do that with managers now, Doc. That's genuinely interesting to me. That's the first time I've seen them do that with managers. Huh. I mean, he's not bad in management, but that's weird now. It's genuinely the first time I've seen that happen now. Interesting. Very, very interesting. Very, very interesting. Okay, so let's continue to move it on a bit more and see what ends up happening. Mora wins Rookie of the Year, because of course he does. He's a bloody cracker knocker of a player. Okay, so more. Oh, it's Gilbaro Mora. Ooh, okay. I mean, he looks like he's going to be one hell of a player, but he's probably not worth that. I'll look up Lucas Moura now in a second. I mean, the player I want, but the player I'm not going to get is João Neves. I want João Neves. João Neves is unbelievable. Warren Emery is also a choice, but Warren Emery in this game is a mixed bag. Sometimes he becomes awesome, other times he doesn't. And then you have other potentialities that can become great, like Senny here or Bernardo, who has the potential to become awesome as well. Paco also is fairly bloody good. And then you have Desiree, who pretty much always becomes good. But let's have a look at him. Lucas, M-O-U-R-A, Lucas Moura, S-P-O. I'm guessing it's this one. No, it isn't. Okay, well, we'll scout him anyway and see how he is, because he's old, first of all, which is the interesting thing. If this is the one you're thinking of. Anyway, let's look at all of these first before we continue on that way. End of the financial fair play restrictions over that period of time. The club... Okay, the current financial play is that over the period of time in question, the club made a profit of 152 million, having required to make no more than a loss of that. Okay, I won't question it. I won't question it. I mean, we did make 363 million, but I won't question it. Whatever. We're in financial fair play brackets. I don't care. I won't question it. Sponsorships have gone up, hospitality's gone up, match days have gone up, tournament money's gone up by whopping 267%, and broadcast revenues went up. So I suppose that's good. I wish there was a way you could improve this stuff, though. Highest income of 20 clubs. So we have the highest sponsorship of anyone in the world at the moment. Or maybe that, oh no, that's just of the Premiership. Fair enough. Anyway, new scouting budget expenditure so far, fair enough. Board do a cash injection of 25 million. Well, like, that's sound. It is annoying they can't put in any more than that. I think legally, in order to remain in the Champions League, you can't put in any more than that. So it is funny. But, yeah. Scheduled for the coming weeks. He's injured, fair enough. Roundup of players, don't really care about that. It's a shame Fulham have him, because they'll want the full 135 million, and there's not a chance in hell. Archie Gray I've always loved, but again, hasn't developed enough and far too much money for him. Marco would be interesting, but not enough. Mayak Fofana is always an interesting player, but again, too expensive. Denzel Dumfries is the best striker in the game, if you have time to develop him into a striker. Levi Colwell is always interesting. Interesting that them down as a 10. So he's requests a transfer listed. There's not a single solitary chance in hell they accept this. But not a single solitary chance in hell they accept it. But be a smart arse and put a bid in anyway. Okay. Kenneth has always been an interesting one for me, because I know for a fact, in terms of all of the stats that I've read about this game, that this kid is meant to have potential out of this goddamn world. I don't see it. I just don't see it. Is he actually worth getting? Resolute. His determination is 15. He only has one trait, which is uses the outside of his foot. Resolved in media handling. He's an okay agent. I genuinely don't know if he's worth getting. In non-competitive games, he's been okay. Like, you're spending 30 million quid on something. Something anyway. I just don't know if he's worth it. I'd like to think that he probably is, but it's bloody hard to know. Balanced personalities. You're not getting anything extra out of you. You're probably not worth it. Luca normally turns into something good. And stat-wise, you're doing okay, but you're talking north of 70 million quid for him. And he's 20. And is Jaden just better than him? The book that we have, that we got from Wolves. I think he can be. Kianzo. Ooh. Oh, he's joining West Ham. Tom Bischoff. That's an interesting poke for West Ham. How much did they spend on him? That's very interesting. How much did they spend on him? Oh, it's just a loan deal. Unless it's permanent. Is it permanent? 24 million. Okay. I think they've gotten a bargain on that deal. He looks good. Yeah, I think West Ham got a bargain on that deal. Interesting. Well, I don't know. I like Faustin Mastantino. I genuinely do, but I haven't a goddamn clue. Fairly determined, which would make you think that he's good. And look at this. Like, he has so many attributes up the wazoo you'd think he'd develop. But I genuinely haven't a clue. It's just the amount of money they want for him. Like, he'd probably develop into something good, but is he worth 80 million quid? Probably not. Jeremy's another one too, who works particularly on one location, but has attributes that seem to be improving. Good traits and the whole lot, but I don't know. This is where I have problems in this game, trying to actually figure out the players that'll develop into something great. The fact that he's fairly determined means he's an okay option, Florentina player. In theory, should become something great, but he is further down the totem pole of other players that we potentially end up having. Yeah, this Crystal Palace player, if you had got him in time, could have been good, but he's not worth 50 million quid. I haven't seen him develop into something great now, but he does have the potential to be something great. Remember how I said I had 207 Ladies Nations playable? Yeah, I remember you saying that. What about it? Luna. Fairly professional, so he could develop at 16, but again, not spending the money on him. 15 for the channel forward. I don't like spending money on someone that doesn't have 15 determination, even if he does have potential to be great. You could be a shout. Even though you are singularly on one particular position, you're French. Would he even have an interest in joining us? Yeah, you can't complete the move, so no, it wouldn't be until much, much later. Enric, of course, would be awesome. Well, I also have 233 men's nations playable loaded, but only England and the men's equivalent to whatever the ladies' leagues I'm managing at the moment loaded. All vanilla players too. That just sounds like that sounds like a recipe of killing your machine. Holy crap, Estevao. Is there a way to turn off women's leagues but leave on the men's leagues? I've tried off women's leagues, but it would also take away the men's leagues. No, unfortunately, there isn't. Unfortunately, there isn't, Maddie. As far as I know, they haven't put that feature into the game. You must have both. Ooh. Do I go and get Harry Gray? Is Harry Gray worth 31 million quid? I don't think so. What do you think, Duck? As an 18-year-old with these stats, is he worth 31 million quid? I don't think so. No, I don't think so. Estevao would be the one to love to get if you could get him, because Estevao looks unbelievable. Jovanic. Again, light-hearted, which means he mightn't develop right, so no. Tony Fernandez typically sells for a lot of money as well. Have to go on add and remove leagues, click on the women's, and the next word, change division, set it to none. Interesting. I didn't know you could do that now. David Gill's after retiring, okay. Okay, well, Nico Paz it's just a fucking yes if we can get him. I don't care if I blow my whole fucking budget on Nico Paz, but how good this fucking player is. Well, actually that's too big of a deal. Genuinely, I don't care if I blow the entire budget. Really? Whatever. I'll wait and I'll do it again in a bit. Normally it gives you the option to change the fucking deal. Not going off memory, I can't check myself right now, as would crash my game. Yeah, I don't get what you end up doing. Again, there's no way they accept it, but try it anyway. Koval at 29 isn't the option. Zaragoza at 26 for 44k would be good, but to be honest, he's probably going to be in comparison with Mbeumo and Cunha. Like, if you could sell Cunha, you'd buy Zaragoza. That's a big if, though. Lucas Bagwell, Edison. And the more we go down here that we have scouted, it's just a waste of time. So, Jamal Musiala. Fair enough. No one is unsellable, but it's still not worth even the attempt at bothering to check. It's weird that I can't do deep bloody scouts at the moment. Mold. Oh, funny. Gabriel Mech, like, considering his potential on the whole lot, for 18 million quid, probably, could be a poke, but he's probably not worth it. At 2.7 million, if your potential is as good as this game says that it is, It'd be worth it, but with a balanced personality, it's hard to know. Anyway, ignore all that for now and continue on. It's 57 million. Like, at 29 years of age, he is one of the best goalkeepers in the world. Like, he would be significantly better than Lemens. Significantly better than Lemens. But at the end of the day, is it worth it for a 29-year-old? Well, I suppose the thing to check is what other goalkeepers are there out there at the moment. And, like, you're not getting Edison off of Fenerbahce. You're not getting Emilio Martinez even if you wanted him. Everything else is probably worse than Lemens. So, yeah, Kobel is the one you go for. Is he worth it, though? I mean, the actual answer is Lucas Chevalier if you could get him, but you're not getting him. And he's on a contract for another 5 years, so they've no wiggle room. If they come in and give me a good enough bid for him, I'll probably sell him. Machine, my friend, what's a crack-a-lackin'? It has been a bit of time. How's life treating you? Is it all going good? Is it all going grand? Is it all going delicious? I hope it's going good. Have you been playing much yourself in the last wee while? Or how's the crack been going? Pleasure to hear, my friend. I love when people end up coming in and telling me that all has been going good. Earlier on today, we ended up winning the Champions League versus Arsenal. So all is in good hands for us at the moment. So we can't really complain. I actually didn't get FM26 until someone the PS5 version for Christmas. Well, happy out to that. To be honest, you're probably... Oh... I'm probably overpaying for him, but fuck it, I do want him. Oh, come on. You can't get rid of it? Fine, then 220 million non-negotiable and remove that. If you at 5% and then leave you at... There's no way he takes less, but I'll try it at 300. Yeah, that's what I figured. 10% is significantly too much. That's a big deal. God, that's a big deal. He's one of the best players in the goddamn world, but, like, it's a big deal. In a position we don't really need. I had started a save in Lithuania, attempting to recreate the Latvia magic, but I got bored because it was so similar as in Summer Calendar and 10 teams without loadable second tier, so I pivoted to Denmark. Well, happy out to that. How have you been finding the game since you're playing it? And even more so than that, how are you finding the console version of the game? Because I don't know anyone that has done that is playing the console version of the game, and it's interesting to hear that you are playing the console version of the game, and I'd be intrigued to hear if it's been going well for you. And if it's enjoyable. definitely prefer 24. I played 23, 24 on console before 24 on PC. Well, that's my viewpoint on the game. My viewpoint on the game is very much that Craic, use your words. Is very much that Craic, use your words. That FM24 is a better game. Okay. It's meant to do it every 60 minutes. That FM24 is a better game, especially if you have mods included into it. I think FM24 is significantly better than this with mods included. And with that being said, I enjoy this game quite significantly. I really enjoy this game the way that they're doing it. I don't 100% understand this game yet. There's significantly more of this game I need to understand before I can say how much I enjoy it as in comparison to other games. Like, this tactical system is intriguing, but an awful lot of it is confusing to me, and specifically me, it's confusing too. So I have to learn a wee bit more about that. Do we actually? I doubt we do. Do we have a buyback clause on him? Not that I want him, but I'm just curious. I doubt he'd come back anyway. But I'm just interested. Yeah, that's what I thought. Problem is, I have a potato laptop, so the full fat PC experience wasn't that enjoyable. That's interesting to me, because I wouldn't say FM is the greatest hog in the yard now. In general, I have found the FM games to be rather safe in the way you end up going for them. That they're not the worst game in the world to end up going down, and that typically if you can get them running, they run smooth as butter and great as silk, you know. Big if, mind you. But if you can get them running, I enjoy the games quite significantly. There's no way they accept that, but still, if they do, then we have a nice person coming in. I am mouse in charge of power supply. When I say it wasn't as enjoyable, it was for the save I was playing. Also had a Celeron processor laptop, to be fair. I love 24 as a game, and it's more my machine was holding me back. You know, I understand that. I understand that completely. And it helps when you're able to put in the mods and the whole lot that you want to end up putting into the game. So I understand completely. What is the answer? Not you. I really hope my parcel arrives soon. What parcel, Ian? I love building nation saves. That's my thing. To be like, I understand that completely, and I agree, because that's why I added in the That's why I added in the Portugal save when I was doing FM24. So I like that way as well, and try to develop and improve upon the way I am doing things as well. I love adding that little extra bit to it. So trust me, I understand. But they are adding it back into this game as an extra bit. Let's be fair. It's going to be a side piece. It's not going to be just this. It's a side piece that can be played in parallel with the World Cup. So they're meant to be bringing in a World Cup mode. So we'll see what ends up happening with that as well. Yeah, when the transfer market actually opens, we'll consider that. For now, move on. Although it said was delivered today, nobody knocked. It wasn't anywhere. Went through customer service. Chat said they can do Sweet FA till Sunday. Surprised they're even talking to you on the weekend. Normally they just tell you to bugger off until Monday. So that's interesting. I always put priority to the clubs over the national teams in my BAN saves. Okay. Yeah. Doc here has Chelsea have accepted for Dedro Fofana. Okay. Interesting. Doc here has managed to do plenty of them where he's done saves where the people that he's ended up having have become the masters of their own league. I think he was saying where one of his teams was basically the entirety of the international team as well for the local team that he was playing for. Nah, screw that. That was just, a chance arm. Like in Latvia, the national team never got truly good. We just juiced the clubs with foreign talents. Almost every guy was foreign for everyone, including my team. Yeah, and sadly, you kind of have to do that. It's really, really hard to build talents. Most of Ireland was England rejects. I converted to the dark side via playing for Shamrock. Yeah, well, that's the good thing about the English. You can convert most English players into Irish players that way. So, it's handy that way, to be fair. But yeah, no, that's understandable. I got one elite DM out of the youth intake in Latvia as a fluke. Benny Kage, who's come in here and done his Gimpo save and stuff like that, ended up getting a couple of people that way too, and they sold and became some of the best players in the world. So, joys of it. What? Oh my God. Okay, what did Copenhagen get him for? Fair enough. Then in that particular case, I won't be getting him. Interesting. Sadly, I never managed to convince my homegrown Brazilian goalkeeper to play for Ireland. Did manage to convert a couple of foreign players to Latvia, including an Argentinian striker and a Brazilian goalkeeper. Happy out. Yeah, I ended up having that happen in the save in FM24, where there was a player who was eligible for France, Spain, and Portugal. And Spain and Portugal, France and Spain, bloody words. France and Spain refused to play him, and he refused to come over to us as a result, even though we were willing to end up giving the full time, and we were ranked #1 in the world, with France #2. Stubborn prick. But yeah, joys of that. To be frank, he did get a handful of caps at middle 30 for Brazil. Yeah, well, it happens eventually. To be fair, my loan army got so insane I had 5 Argentinian internationals loaned to another Latvian club. Yeah, but it's one way to develop out the league, so at least it works for you, my friend. Like, it's the best way to end up going about it, if you can. England have the highest coefficients. Cool. Hardy's now that. Nico Paz there. Ben, my friend, what's a crack-a-lacking with you? Is it all going good? Is it all going grand? Is it all going delicious this evening? I hope the crack is treating you 90. We ended up becoming the champions of Europe in this save. We bet Arsenal in the final, and we're happy out as the champions of Europe. Chelsea approach, I hate it already. The joys. Said team did spend 80 million on a lad themselves. In Latvia? How did you boost up the Latvian league to have a team being able to afford 80 million quid on a player? That is genuinely impressive. To proc up the league that much is genuinely impressive. If they come and give me 50 million quid for Lamens, if they do that, if they come and give me 50 million quid for Lamens, I might sell Lamens and buy Kobel. I know there's a 5-year difference in between it. In goalkeepers, it doesn't matter that much. So I might end up doing that deal if they come and give me 50 million quid for Lamens. Even though he's performed good this season, I do think an upgrade in goalkeeper is one of the things that we need. Because Latvia started at such a low reputation, the dynamic boost got to obscene levels. Interesting. That genuinely, that's intriguing to me. Like, I've never actually tried it properly. I tried it once with the Irish League, because obviously I'm from Ireland, to see whether or not I could do something like that. It didn't work for me, unfortunately. I wasn't able to develop it as much. But then again, I haven't done that long. I haven't done really long saves. Like, I was getting 78 million a year for TV rights for the league. Obviously, I was the dominant team. Happy out. To be frank, you're limited to 15-year career, so I get why it's a thing. Yeah, I thought it was 32, yeah. What? Despite Cruz, as indicated, his clients would be Chesterfield. Similar style, which would be beneficial. In that case, we'll send him here. This just means if he's not playing, they end up getting screwed. Like, there's no way they accept this, but I'm just so fed up of teams taking my players and not playing them. I did Ireland on PC, had broke top 10 after winning the first Champions League before the save corrupted. The best I had done, to be fair, without completely ham-fisting the game, the best I had done was win the Conference League with the team I had chosen. I'm not going to say which team I had chosen, so it shows my local team. And as a result of which, I don't really want to comment on which team I was playing. You know, if you've been here long enough and heard me slip it a couple of times. But yeah, I done the Ireland save and yeah, tried to get them up. I won the Conference League with them. Got bloody lucky in the Conference League. Played Spurs in the final and they had a bloody howler. So, you know, luck of the Irish. I won the World Cup, Euros and Nations League in a 3-year gap with Ireland. Yeah, but how long did it take you to get an actual competent team of Ireland? And were you playing a busted tactic? Because if you were playing a busted tactic, that's understandable as well. I still don't understand it, but hey, my bro even got me a trophy. Fair enough. Yeah, I suppose as a manager, I forgot that that's a thing that can end up happening. You can just randomly burst out family members. Who are you? Gilly Fernandez. Spirited. Victor would be nice, but 85 million quid is too much. Especially if I am buying then no. He can come on and settle all he wants to. They're not good enough. To be frank, wish I was there when the guy in Graven said to my bro, "You sure you want to be put the year on this?" Go on. Leon's probably a lost cause. The Nico Paz deal, like... Yeah, screw it. It is worth it. It is worth it. We'll try selling Cunha, but it is worth it. Ooh! Who is that? What did they just do? Flamingo is in for West Ham target. Ryan Flamingo? Ooh, okay. Well, scout him and have a gawk at him, even though he's 24. Who did West Ham just sign? We'll eventually do it again, but bring back LOI clubs that died, like Sporting Fingal, and make the third tier with the senior leagues. Yeah, it'd be nice if that type of stuff ended up happening, to be honest. It was West Ham, so where are West Ham? West Ham? Look at West... Yes, West Ham's news. 23-year-old from Twade. They've put in a non-negotiable 54 million euro bid. They're getting him. He looks like an interesting player. Up the St. James Gate. I wish I knew more about the history of Irish football and all of the teams that were in the lower divisions. I know nothing about them, and I know there's some interesting clubs in the whole lot that Ireland used to end up having, and we'll see what ends up happening with them. Excuse me, but it'll be future to see what happens with it. Cool. Oh, Matty, it's there to be used. I have absolutely no problem with the songs being requested. If I don't like one of the songs, I'll just turn around and refund you the points, and I won't end up playing it. I haven't heard of this one, so I'm willing to end up doing it. Do it as much as you want to. Just keep in mind there are some songs that I'll obviously end up saying no to or refund you after the fact if it annoys me halfway through. But, like, do what you want to, my friend. It's there to add more customizability and have people in there. It's the same way that if you want to, you can use the bits below to use sound effects, blurps, change the voice, that type of crap. It's there to be used, so feel free to. Obviously, we have the third tier coming this year, but no relegation nor promotion between it and the first division to start. I have a database med and all just need to be arsed to start it. Well, the joys of that. To be fair, congratulations on having the effort to make the fucking thing. I couldn't be arsed going into database management and trying to figure that out. Ooh, by the way, I was meant to research a player. Before we lose this, it was Brighton and it was Anton. Palmer. P. Anton Palmer. Let's give you a scout. Okay. I might do some wacky in my next PC save in 24. You can scrap the new Champions League format with the editor and keep the old one. Might do that. Really? I didn't know you could do that in 24. That's interesting. I genuinely did not know that was a thing you could do in 24. That's fascinating. Alvaro Manoro. A bot. Yeah, let you have him. Swindon, different play style, might not be beneficial, still gain first team experience. Chesterfield, and in that case, I'm just going to say no. It's a few database people have made. Oh, like how the number of people says, hey, interesting. If it works, it works. Oh, God. I know I'm overpaying for him. I know I'm overpaying for him, but screw it. Cool. So you would still have Champions League to Europa drop down with the Europa to Conference. That's interesting if that works. To be honest, I always liked that little addition. I always found it weird that that was taken out of the Champions League format. I always thought that in the playoffs, like, considering they're doing it anyway, with playoffs and everything, do the playoffs, but then the 8 teams that get through in the playoffs get through in the playoffs, and then do a playoffs between the 8 teams that didn't and the 8 teams that didn't in the Champions and the Europa League, or do something like that and continue to trickle it down. Maybe that's too much, but, you know, do something interesting. I mean, he's one of the best players in the world. You have to go and get him if you can. And at that price, it's interesting. To be frank, I think the drop-downs only being in the qualifiers and not in the main competition is good. Fair enough. Fair enough. You know yourself. Like, 58. There's not a chance I'm able to get them to do this, is there? Is there any way they go for that? Or does this just kill the deal? I should just sell it. I should just sell them for an okay amount. 58 million is not a bad amount. If I suggest, you know what? I'm going to save the game because I don't like when the game ends up doing this bad. I am going to cheat here for a second because I don't like when the game screws you completely. So I'm going to try and see if they are okay with this deal. And if they just throw it out, I'm going to go back and I'm going to mess around with it a bit because I don't like when the game screws you. Yeah, because they just walked away. I hate when the game does that. Like, play a bit. Like, come on, be fair and play a bit. Keeps everything independent. If you want a good BAN save, Poland is a great choice because they have no registration rules. Oh, yeah, registration rules are a pain in the arse, to be honest. If I can get them up to 60, even just 66, that would be useful. Because we're not going to use them. That's the other thing. We're not going to use Cunha. We barely used him last season. And with Nico Paz there now, Nico Paz is just a better option so we can get some money in. So, view the offer. They've gone 58. Can we get them to 66? Or will the game just be an asshole and run away straight away? Like, that's so annoying. Fine, I'll just accept the 58. Like, the only reason I did it is because surely the game should have a bit of tit for tat with you and not just, you know, run for the hills. Anyway, I made some tweaked databases in countries that maybe make a 10-team league up to 12, like that a custom Ireland one I made, or to remove registration rules so I can do a certain country. Yeah, but some of the rules are interesting as well, so, you know, I don't mind it too much. Screw it, just accept this deal. I know we're getting underpaid, but accept this deal. Casemiro's leaving. What the fuck are you on about? I agree, but I'm talking about the insanely restrictive ones. No, I understand that. Some of the insanely restrictive ones are interesting as well. Like, I don't know much about it. Senior Benakage would be the person to talk to more about it. But Senior Benakage telling me about the... Ooh. That's an interesting poke. Real Madrid going for our former player. Or not Real Madrid, Liverpool going for our former player. Interesting that. Like the MLS. The MLS having interesting ways about it and how that ends up working. God, I want to see how you are before I let them end up going through, because it's not worth it anyway. They're paying 80 million. We can't afford that, but still. But for BAN, they would screw you up because you need heavy numbers of foreign players to really build the league. Yeah. And you need to have... Okay. There's some money being thrown at the moment at the start of this bloody window. And you need to end up having that in order to ensure that you can end up building it grand. Victor Gomez. Are you any good? 27. No. No is the answer to that question. Like, for example, Slovenia and Slovakia are very restrictive. What type of restrictions do they end up putting in place? Is it like you can only have 3 foreign players or something like that? Because I know there's something like that in the likes of the Chinese, not the Chinese league, some places in Canada that you can end up only having X amount of foreign players. And you need to have the rest of them being of local descent. Botman, 73 million quid for Botman, unbelievable. If memory serves me right, yeah, it's 5 foreign players in the matchday squad, which definitely isn't accurate to real life. Yeah, it's unfortunate, but you know, sometimes they just are that way. James Jones, interesting. Oh, come on, game. Chesterfield is a similar play style for us, with beneficial for our tactical experience. Okay, well, let's look at the Chesterfield deal. No, I want the unplayed to be a good bit more so that you'll actually play him. Because if you don't play him, then fine, reject. I'm not sending players to places that are not going to play the goddamn player. So I am going to crack up the unplayed fee, so at least you're paying me a significant amount of money if you're not playing this goddamn tit. Fine, reject. I would prefer to keep him here and train him underneath ours than do that. So you need to be able to scrap the registration rules to allow the BAN to be possible. Yep, no, that's fair enough. Makes sense. Makes sense. Okay. Wigan or League One. I probably like. It says it can be recall. If it doesn't let me recall this deal when he doesn't fucking play, I'm gonna get mighty, mighty angry. But go on, I'll give you the bloody West Brom to Wigan. Okay, bye. Season 1 of my Denmark save has had some mad stuff happen. Estevito got loaned to Celtic, and I'm in an all-Danish Conference League semi-final. Happy out to that. Yeah, but Estevito is an interesting kettle of fish because, we're getting a new loan manager. Screw that. Sorry, Johnny Evans, you have to go. Because Estevito is a good player, but he does need genuine development. Because he's not ready yet. Definitely not ready. At least not at the time. He will be ready. Also, Keith Smith, you. Yeah, because Chelsea got you. Jesus. He's unbelievable. Even in this, he's an unbelievable player. Yeah, Kobel's after dropping down a couple of notches too in terms of his development. Is Kobel actually much better than Lamens? I think he is. It's just a shame there isn't many good goalkeepers out there. You'd be spending a bloody fortune on him too, even though he is so good. Yeah, he is insane. But to be fair, the two players with the highest potential in the game, I have one of them there. Nico Paz and that midfielder whose name I cannot pronounce. Adu Baidi, or however the hell you pronounce him. This kid has his potential is bonkersly high. I mean, I am as well. But yeah, Estevao will be interesting. Estevao is one of those players that Chelsea are, in a way, Chelsea are a wonderful club. And the reason why Chelsea are a wonderful club is because they don't have, they're a big club, but at the same point in time, they don't have the same pressures that the likes of a player that's playing for Manchester United has. Like, in Manchester United, you're always under the magnifying glass. For Chelsea, they have so many youth there at the moment that the youth aren't under the same magnifying glass as they should be. Because an awful lot of them just end up being sold off and hunted down the line that it doesn't really matter. Estevao might both have the problem of being the most talented person in that Chelsea squad behind Moise Caicedo and Enzo Fernandez. And I'm not getting into the argument of which one of them is more has more potential. Enzo. But Estevao has the problem that the thing stopping Chelsea winning the league is a striker. And Sanchez. Now, with that being said, I believe in all of the last few games, Chelsea have been using Flip Jorgensen. Let me actually check that. I'm almost positive in all their last few games they've been using Flip Jorgensen. Against Paphos, it was Jorgensen. Against Brentford, it was Sanchez. Against Arsenal, it was Sanchez. So no, I'm wrong. Sanchez is still in there. So that's a problem. They need a goalkeeper. And they need a striker. Now, Alejandro Garnacho is a good winger. Estevao is a good winger. Neto is a good winger. So it comes down to the point of is he in a swamp of too much talent to properly develop through there? Well, at one particular point in time, Chelsea had 16 goalkeepers. To be fair, that has been resolved. I personally think Garnacho is crap and Manchester United robbed Chelsea blind. I don't agree. But, and I need a caveat on it. I need to put a caveat on it. Keep in mind, I'm a United fan. I had turned around and I said there's a player in Garnacho, but the man would be blown over by a gust of wind. And even now, I'm still a fan of Garnacho, but he's be blown over by a gust of wind. He's too fragile. He's too weak. He's too insignificant in hold-up play and battles against defenders. Even in a game where defenders aren't actually battling, he still gets ran over. So, to me, it's not that he's bad, it's that he's weak. Now, that point is an excellent point. He's an immature twat. Like the fact that Ruben Amorim got sacked, and he immediately decides to send back a bloody tweet, liking a tweet that's only up 30 minutes, which means the arsehole's been looking at social media trying to see it. The fact that he like that hit the bloody like button shows you that he has his head in the wrong spot. So I have a massive amount of problems with the kid, but do I think there's a player there? Yes. There's a reason Atletico binned him to United in the first place. I don't know how fair that... Whoa! Whoa! Okay. There's our first big one. There's our first big one. That's interesting. Who's the PSG manager? Luis Enrique. That's the first big one. Oh. Okay. I was not expecting Vinny Jr. to go to PSG. That is a big, big poke. God, everyone is after Alvaro Tavares. He's good, but he's not that good. There's no point going into this. Anyway, and immaturity is the reason. I don't think Simeone has time for that bullshit. Maybe. But the one thing I will end up saying to that is Alejandro Garnacho joined United in 2020. So, sorry, give me 1 second because I am not in the mood to do math. He joined us at 16. I am not sure how interactive Simeone is with the academy, but I would be kind of shocked if Simeone even knew who Garnacho was when United ended up nicking him off of Atletico Madrid. If I'm honest, genuinely, I would kind of be shocked. Now, with that being said, maybe it's your case. Maybe he was a petulant child, and the reason why we ended up getting him is because Atletico Madrid just wasn't paying attention and didn't want him. But to be fair, we only spent 500,000 quid on him, and selling him for 40 million is nice. You know? So you could be right. I'm not going to turn around and say that you're wrong. It's just in that type of situation, I wouldn't be shocked if you are. But in the grand scheme of things, as I said, it really doesn't matter. It really doesn't matter. In the grand scheme of things, his immaturity started to become more of a thing when he was older, because when you listen to most of the people in the academy setup for United, he wasn't immature. He did think of himself as fantastic, and I actually think his immaturity became more of a thing when he got into sight of Cristiano Ronaldo. But, you know, that could be me making assertions as well, to be fair. It's great business from United selling him. I'm saying Chelsea are brain dead for buying him. Well, Chelsea's whole idea was to buy him and sell him on. They were never keeping him. And the thing with United was, if he didn't have such a cantankerous outburst with Ruben Amorim, United could have gotten an extra 20 million for him. So, like, he screwed us as well, which is the other thing about it. That's not to say that in any way I disagree with you. But we'll see what ends up happening. Like, the thing is, he's scoring goals. He's scoring goals for Chelsea. So he's doing what he needs to for Chelsea, even if he is still being a petulant prat. And if he hasn't fixed what I think are his downgrades. Well, like, even there during the 2-0 loss versus Arsenal, he was the one, or the 3-2 loss against Arsenal, he was the one that scored the 2 goals. So he is still a threat. He's just a petulant child that needs to be better. For 8 million quid, I can't be arsed. Hard to get much sell on when you buy a guy for that much to begin with, in fairness. And yet Chelsea have a habit of doing it. Keep in mind, Nicholas Jackson, who is a significantly worse player. And by the way, correct me if I'm wrong on this. Maybe you disagree. I think Nicholas Jackson is a significantly worse player than Alejandro Garnacho. Had 65 appearances, scored 24 goals, and is gone over to Bayern Munich. And part of that Bayern Munich deal, that loan deal, is that it's a 16.5 million euro loan deal that is supposedly meant to end up turning in to a 60 million euro signing on fee at the end of it. So they're spending a total on 75 million quid on him for Nicholas Jackson, is the supposed rumour that I heard for that deal. If I'm wrong, correct me. Nicholas Jackson's not worth 75 million quid, which means Chelsea have some of the best negotiators in the goddamn fucking world, and Alejandro Garnacho will sell for something bonkers, or they'll send him out on loan and make the money anyway. Maybe. I'm not arguing that at all. I think he has played, well, he's played 12 games for Bayern Munich and scored 3 goals. So maybe you're right on that. I cannot argue. I don't know the elements of the deal. I'm just saying what I heard and how it ends up going. It's just Chelsea have a way around deals, and we'll see what ends up happening. Yeah. He's a former player, huh? He played for West Germany of World War I. Huh. Oh no, at one World Cup. Huh. Not in World War One. He'd be dead if he wasn't alive during World War One. No bother, Matty. Thank you so much. As I said to Senior Duck earlier on, I don't know what the weekend will hold. Just keep an eye on the Discord or the Go Lives, and we'll see what ends up happening as to whether or not I'm live tomorrow or whether or not I'm lucky enough to end up going live for the United game. Until then, Matty, have a fantastic time. Remember, I am Stupid Sexy Craic. Make sure your crack is 90, and as always, Schlong Phone, my friend. And Pug Mahone. It was him who said it anyway. Yeah, and he's the executive there, so at the same point in time, it's not that shocking that maybe it won't end up going through. Oh, Spurs are after signing him. Interesting. Mika Burt for 51 million quid. Well, it's nice to see Aston Villa no longer have the financial issues. And by the way, that Tommy Abraham deal I was mentioning earlier on is horse manure. Yeah, Esco for Spurs. That is such a bad deal for Spurs. It's such a bad deal for Spurs. In my opinion, anyway. Maybe it isn't, but I think it is. I thought about doing an insane concept. Multiple BAN, take multiple countries and take control of one club in each. An idea. Yes, it's actually not a bad idea if you can end up doing it. It's just a lot of effort, which is the annoying thing about it. It's just an insane amount of effort. But if you can do it, it's a good bit of crack. Ooh, okay, our Premier League fixtures. Cough. Game. Chelsea first. Liverpool fourth. Boxing Day for Sheffield. Interesting. It's not telling us when the derby is, but god damn it, game. It is that stumbling block. Yeah, but to be honest, it's an interesting stumbling block all the same. It's one of those type of stumbling blocks where it makes for something brand new and something quite interesting to end up doing. So, you know, something you should end up considering and trying to do anyways if you can. Homland off of our list. Interesting. Like, that's the type of thing, if you could end up setting it up and are able to make it intriguing enough, that could become a good streaming save, if you ever wanted to do it, machine. Okay, so we're now in pre-season. Okay. So, Homland is off of our list. We're going to keep him... Well, no, we'll keep him on the short list, just in case he becomes an okay out-of-contract signing, which is something I forgot to do in January. Check the out-of-contracts, but never mind. We'll do that this year. Colwell wants to stay now, fair enough. Scanlon, yeah, let it go. Livington, no, I'm not even bothering. Might take a dip and try it on console with this Denmark save, as I do have Poland loaded. Why not? Give it a go. Again, I haven't a clue how that would end up operating on 26. I've done very little experimentation with 26, unfortunately. Although, as we know, I do very little experimentation anyway with FM. Something insane I managed to do in Latvia. I managed to get 9 teams in Europe 1 year. 10-team league, keep in mind. How? How did you manage that one, if you don't mind me asking? It's nice to see that everyone is in good spirits. Good. That's what I want. That's what I wanted. Okay, beautiful. So everyone is in good spirits going into this league. That's beautiful. Tony Fernandez is named the under-21 European. Interesting. Spirited. We're just at the buy-in paths. It's not worth going there. Goalkeeper is where we're going if we need anything. Dream Team, Howell. Harry Howell. You, I want to scout because I know from doing a Brighton save before, you have a monstrous amount of potential. Who's our player that's there? Emir Una. You have good potential, my friend. 41 million quid is too much for you, though. At 19. Tony Fernandez. Jeremy Alpando, do another scout on you. Because we do need people in that position. The main thing we need, actually, is a right back. So let's see what they end up with. We got an extra Champions League spot for the coefficient. So it meant 8th got the Conference League spot. And the team that finished 9th won the Conference League. So the Europa League as a result. Interesting. That's very, very interesting. Also, this might be a player we poke. So we do need to find a young goalkeeper. Now, Josh Achipon. About the same level as Mazraoui, I think. Slightly worse than Mazraoui, that's what I thought. But he does have... Oh, Saxon can play there. Okay. Well, we're going to start playing Saxon there, so... I think we're going to change Saxon's position. Devanchi, scout you. Scout you. That team that won the conference went on to win the Europa the season after, which is even wackier. Hey, it happens. It's incredible to end up seeing it happen. It's unusual, mind you, but incredible to end up seeing it happen. Okay, we need Saxon. Where's Saxon? Down to our S's. Saxon. So we need to change your training. Interesting. I can't do it yet. Maybe it's because you're on holidays or we're not back yet. Training camp. Okay. This might be one of the funniest things I've ever seen. One of the seasons, a Latvian team got into the Europa League final against United, and they had one fan at the game. That actually is genuinely very funny. Mount, Rashford, no, Cunha's gone. Evan Ferguson, the Cat... Francisco, Willie, Lamens, Dennis, Dogu, Heaven, Gibson, Julian. Will Julian be fit for it? Yes. And the team was called Meta. That's even funnier. That's even funnier that they're called Meta. We consider it. So Wade will bring... We're literally after signing you, so we'll bring you. Hardy will bring. Edwards. Cully will bring. Saxon will bring. Obi will bring. Festus will bring. Kurt and Ricketts will bring. Leighton and Ricardo will bring. And we'll leave the rest in case we sign anyone, we'll leave the rest. There we go. So we have 37 people coming with us, and we bring more with us if we need to. Cool. They're a Reed team licensed in FM and all. Interesting. By the way, I don't know if you were here when we ended up looking it up. But here's an interesting little caveat for you. If you go for God, how do you spell them? Okay. So here's an interesting one for you. So obviously this league is set up the way that it is here. You'd be expected for everything to be grand with it, but Vincentano Eliano, not a name you recognize, right? But here's one. Bayern Munich have Ronnie Fahili as their manager. And when you look at Ronnie Fahili, he's 41. He's Belgian. His staff history is that he was Hamburg, a City player, Eintracht Frankfurt as player manager, then player and then assistant manager, then Burnley, then Bayern Munich. They don't have the names for the managers in the Bundesliga anymore, so Vincent Company is Ronnie Fahil. Italiano is Bologna manager in real life. Interesting. I didn't know that. Okay, so keen on signing, identified, interesting. Newly promoted Sunderland, Furrow, 34 million. He'd be interesting, but at 20, he's not going to develop enough for us. So I'd say Dortmund probably sacked their manager in your save. I'll have a look. I don't think so. Dortmund, Vincentano Italiano. Yes, they did. Yes, they did. You're right. You're right, they did. How do I see who their old managers were? Club history, maybe. Manager history, yeah. But Niko Kovac, that's the interesting thing about it. Niko Kovac is still in the game. So some of them have their licensing. So that's the very interesting thing about it. Tony Bet Versagal is the Latin league if you're interested to see clubs. The Lithuanian league in the top sport A La Liga. I very much doubt it. Tony Bet is what it's called in this. Oh my god, it is! I definitely don't have this loaded, by the way. Yeah, see, I don't have this loaded, unfortunately. But it's funny. By the way, would that make sense for it to be RFS for the last couple of years and then Riga to come up and take place? Like, would it make sense for Riga to end up taking the place like that? The club I used in Latvia isn't in the top division anymore due to financial issues. Oh, that's a bitch. Sorry to hear that. Any hope for them, or is it one of those where the club is just going to go into insolvency at one point in time and everything is screwed and dead? Valmira was the team I was ironically using. That they were on that screen. Ooh, okay. Let me have a look at them again. Game, come on. This one, okay. 1996, so they're actually younger than me. Professional, northeastern, good, below average, average. And because I don't have it loaded, we don't know any of their finances or anything like that. So yeah. Raga and RF are the dominant two. Yeah, so that makes sense. No bother. At least we know. They managed to not die. They got relegated to the third tier, have since made it back to Division 2. Hey, it's something. It's a chance at the potential of something. Ooh. That's very cheap for Wilson Orbert. Also, we've said we're going to this training camp, but do we know who the fuck we're playing? Bromley. No, not yet. Do I have to set the training camp games? I forget if I have to do it. I think I have to set the training camp games. Yes. Okay. I think this is how this ends up working. I think I have to do this. So we can go... Oh, screw it. I'm just going to leave it to the game. I don't care enough. Apparently, the owner also loans Lech Grenzen in Poland, and he basically screwed Palmyra over and shifted all his focus onto Lech. That's very unfortunate. I know there's big rumors that type of crap has been happening with Nottingham Forest and their sister club. And Salzburg are kind of stating that the same thing is happening with them and Chelsea. And then, of course, Jim Radcliffe is trying to do whatever he can to sell Nice now, supposedly lowering the price down significantly. So we'll see how that ends up going as well. Oh yeah, we have Christopher Copps. I forgot we had Copps. He didn't do too bad in his loan spell. God, if I'd known he was coming back, I would have sent him with us. Oh, did Adrian Onana transfer organize? He's joining Blue Ranieri. How much did he go for? Yeah, I wish I knew how much he went for. I can't actually see how much. No, I know it's Inter. I'm just trying to figure. I can't remember how much he went for. I have no idea how to check it either, and I genuinely don't care. Loan 1 million offer. We'll see. We'll see when they actually sign him. I'm just happy that he's gone. Ooh, Spurs signed him up to 72 million. God, Spurs. God damn it, my friends. That's whoo. Danny Welbeck has retired. Oh, praise be to the poor Wellers. Well, I might find out here, considering Jason Wilcox is about to tell me. If the game ever finishes loading. Casemiro will also end up leaving here as well, considering he's walking out and joining a brand new club. Yeah, go on, let him go there. Okay, let's see. So, back down to here. We have a couple of homegrowns. Interesting. We have to try and get him a loan. Interesting. Usually Latvian clubs are built on dirty money, so if something goes wrong, they generally die instantly. So Palmyra surviving is a minor miracle. Well, hey, you can rename them. You can rename them Jesus. So, oh, we actually sold them for 55 million. Oh, I didn't realize we sold him for that much money. He only played 3 games for them. Oh my God. How did I do that? Because it's been so long since I done that deal. I don't know how the hell I done that. Oh, I'm so happy. Oh, I'm so happy. I don't know how the hell we done that. Lithuanian and Latvian leagues being licensed is so random, but I love it. Yeah, but it's nice to have it too, that sometimes that type of stuff ends up happening. The joys. Joys when sell-on clauses don't work because the player just gets released. Nah, I'm not going to give you a contract. We'll just continue to have you for the time being. I'll have you on the roster in case we need you, but you can walk away whenever you want to, if you can find yourself an option. I wish they'd get our beloved electricity. Is it not? No, it's just called the Premier Division. You're right. Yeah. Yeah, you're right. There's very little money in the electricity, unfortunately. But hey, what can you do? Lithuania is the top sport A. Yeah, top sport. Yeah. Fully licensed. Fully licensed. We actually have a player. We'll scout him just to see if he's any good. Yeah, we're going to have 16 people walk out on this as well. Screw it. Okay. Returned from loan. Cool. I wish Cups was back before this. God, dude, Cups. God, I would have added them to the trading camp. Oh, God, that's unfortunate. Wars off for Musiala. Musiala's an unbelievable player. Oh, Munich are after signing Alvaro Caveres. Interesting. That's a movement and a half. The Gelsman was the team I used in Lithuania. There's a team called the Gelsman? Okay, I'll have to have a look at that in a second. They actually played Pats in the Conference League last summer. Pats beat them both legs, so that's good. God, Jim McKay is 30? Wow. Tops. Oh, there is one called the Gelsman. They should hire Julian the Gelsman as a spokesperson. Why didn't you tell me, you tit? Ooh, okay. That's an interesting choice. Interesting. I mean, it's not particularly that big of a move. That's interesting. I don't know if that's a good progression in life, but it's an interesting one. Did you, though? Did you, though? Because, like, you didn't improve that much, my friend. Did you learn that much? Not sure about that. I genuinely love that level of football. I watch the qualifiers intensely every summer. It's interesting, I'll admit. I think the thing I enjoy most about it is that it's not clean. Weirdities can happen in it. A lot of interesting stuff can end up occurring. That's what I enjoy about it more than anything else. Why is that a C? Yeah, I'm not gonna even question it. Just go to him. Derby offer for free contracts on Matias Gonzalez. I have always liked Matias Gonzalez as a player. I signed him a couple of times, but he doesn't seem to have it in this game. So let him go there, even though you could probably make a bit of money for him. I mean, I'm getting something for him, so why not? I suppose. Mr. Tinney, thank you so much for the follow. It's genuinely a pleasure to have you. What's the crack, my friend? I hope it's going good. GSE Machine, thank you so much for coming in. If you haven't already, please join the Discord so you can see when I end up going live next, because it's a pleasure to have you in, and it's always a good bit of crack to end up talking. Make sure your crack is 90, my friend. As always, I am Stupid Sexy Crack. Oh, it's dead. I am Stupid Sexy Crack. Schlongafol, and it's always Pogue my home, my friend. So you're just not going to work for me, are you? Nope, of course you're not. Why the fuck would you work for me? Even though you're connected up. Yep. Oh, that's hilarious. Anyway, never mind. My thing's broke. Because of course it bloody is.
Shut up.
Don't you forget, you ain't won yet.
Now she's working. Anyway, Schlongafol and Pogue Mahone, my friends. Reject. You didn't offer me anything. To leave and join Stevenage. You could go on, I suppose. Fairly professional. I don't... Yeah, you're not worth going in for, unfortunately. Okay. Yeah, I mean, you have enough potential to keep around. I'm going to try and get you a loan. Do that and add 1 year in case you become useful. Jack Grealish has been released. Richarlison has been... Oh my god! Interesting. 30. I'm genuinely surprised they released him. I was sure they could have gotten something for him, and the Grealish one is even more interesting. Like, Grealish is still fairly good stat-wise. That's genuinely interesting. Wataru Endo doesn't surprise me too much. He's 34, although, with that being said, he could be a poke for a year. Okay, well, we'll get you a new contract. You're good enough to continue to be around for another wee bit. I'm of the viewpoint use to sign people on to extensions if they have at least a little bit of potential. Because the potential can increase, technically. Ethan Williams, you're 21, 15 million quid. So we might sell you next season, but get the contract so that we can and send you out on loan. Jesus Christ, no. I mean, actually, no. I'm not going to even bother. Instead, I'm going to ask about the transfer interest and see if I can get you sold. If we were to hire an intermediary, what can you give us for him? Nothing. Okay, fine. Then in that case, trigger the extension. and then find him alone. Get him up, and we'll try and get him sold next season. As for the rest of these, is there any of these that are worth anything? Because thousands ain't worth it. Like 95k, it's not worth. Well, maybe it is, but it's not worth the effort of trying to get the actual sell-in in. Godwill, Ryan, Moore, Twiddle, Williams, Vivek. Vivek is probably one to try and get sold now. Even though he potentially has good deals, we try and get him sold now if we can do. So there is a number of clubs interested, including the likes of that. Yeah, then bring them to the bloody table. Okay, Maguire I thought we had sold, but apparently not. Fine, then in that case, you're walking out for free, annoyingly. The Mazraoui one is interesting. Same thing with you. I think we keep you for 1 year and then loan you out. Because Mazraoui... $21 million. We don't really have anyone that's playing in that position at the moment. Mazraoui done okay for us for the last wee while. Oh, okay, that makes sense. Then I should have just sold him. Yeah, okay. Well, that was a mistake. So we should have just sold him when that offer ended up coming in. Well, in that case, we're just triggering the extension. Cool. Then youth contracts. I think both of you should be kept. Or maybe just you. No, you've already been offered. So, Marsh, I think we let go. As for the staff contracts, can we get better? Probably. Oh, but that requires the actual effort of going through the bloody staff. You know what? I think that's where I call it a night tonight, guys. And I'll do some of this stuff offline because I will literally be spending the next bloody hour going through all of the staff, trying to see if I can find better staff performances. And I can't be arsed doing that right now. So, for now, let's see who I can raid you out to. I'm going to send you over to the good man himself, Die Hard VIG. He's doing Styx Master of Shadow. It's a stealth game, but he's a good bit of crack. And last time I was talking to him, he was always friendly and the whole lot to me. So I'm going to send you over to him. Thank you, anyone who has come in. It was an absolute pleasure talking to each and any and every single one of you. The crack is always 90 to end up chatting to you. Keep an eye on the Discord, or just in general, as to whether or not I'll be live later on in the weekend. If time permits it, I'll try to be live again tomorrow with maybe Shin Megami Tensei 5 or something like that. And then if time permits again, I'll try and go live for the United game on Sunday. But until then, remember, I have been Stupid Sexy Craic. Thank you so much for coming in. Shlán go fóill, and as always, my friends, Pog Mahon. Adios.